Hello. Okay, I think I have everything working again. Unfortunately, no stream chat today because it's still crashing OBS. Like every message is causing OBS to completely crash. So we'll have to wait until I guess tomorrow, and hopefully then it'll start to work better. I don't know what changed. I'm thinking maybe when I set like hardware acceleration in my browser that caused it to now play mean with OBS. So I guess that's something that we got to look at. And by we, I mean that's something that I have to look at, and that none of you should really have to worry about. Because I'm not going to suggest you or subject you to the questionable decisions I make. Hope everyone's doing well today. Had a crazy storm last night. Kept me awake like most of the night. Thought it was going to like blow out one of the windows. Okay. Oh, actually, I just saw a dependency thing for solar graphs. Let me check. Solar graph gem. So I think what the plan is today is we're going to play a bit with the Linktree stuff, and we're going to take a look at maybe doing. I always want to say render, but it's the other hosting, the Rails hosting option. What is it called? Railway, I think. Is it Railway? Railway.app. I want to maybe play around with this and see how this would work. But for that, I think I have to actually log in. This is the one where we were talking about like it has the usage is based on like resource, or the billing is based on resource usage as opposed to just like a static billing price. So this might change a bit from like the amount we would expect to use. So it's $5 plus whatever we use, I think is how this works. So yeah, we'll probably play around with this, see if we can get something up and running on here. And then maybe if we have time, we can also take a look at fly.io. So I think this is the other one that people always want me to look at. I've covered it once before, but if I'm being completely honest, I had very little idea what I was doing at the time. So I guess both of those are on the agenda as well. First, I want to check what I have to install to make SolarGraph work. I think it might just be the gem install, and that might get it to stop throwing that error. And I'm just throwing it into my Linux installation without a care in the world. So we'll see if that works. And again, I'm going to ask the same thing I asked, I think, yesterday. If anyone has any suggestions for extensions that you think a new developer would like for Rails specifically that you don't see in this extension list, please let me know. Because I'm trying to make a list of things that I think someone would like. So I'm using this like fresh installation as that excuse to go through and just like document the extensions I install. So that I can go through and have like an up-to-date list of things that people are actually using right now, as opposed to kind of guessing what still works. Because unfortunately in Rails land, deprecation is kind of like the state of things, like the default state. So I don't want to make people have to go through all that. Okay, we'll go ahead and start up the server just to see where we left off, because I really don't remember what we were doing yesterday. Log in. So we got the dashboard working. I think we were talking about, was it appearances, or maybe we wanted to do analytics today and just knock this out real quick, because this is going to be pretty much just copy paste from what we did in the previous app. So I think that's one of it. And then there's a bunch of stuff in the README that we also have to take a look at, because I broke some stuff yesterday. So if I go over to like, let's see, if I go over to the actual page for the user, there's supposed to be like 3 dots over here. Those aren't appearing. We don't need the toast pop-up anymore, I think. We're talking about like emails, and for that, I think there was a resend that we wanted to look at. So this is also something, because I think resend has like a free tier. And I always get comments from people that are asking about like email providers or email services that don't cost a lot. So if there's a free tier, that's probably great for people to test. So take a look at that. Thank God you started streaming. I was about to debug a recursive function and possibly basically saved my life. Yeah, that's fair. That's what I'm here for. Unfortunately, like I don't know if me streaming is gonna like fully distract you, so there's a good chance that you'll subconsciously drift back to debugging a recursive function. And then we had the sort button for links, which I thought was nice that we could add. And then this is like broken. Resend free tier only allows to send emails to yourself. Gotcha. Okay. Oh yeah, I see that. Yeah, reading. Okay. So need a domain to use it. Gotcha. So we'll test this and we'll see. And then we can just kind of go from there to see what people think of it, I guess. I'm still like trying to piece some of the stuff together. For me personally, there's like a small like period that you can use SendGrid for. Use resend and work. Gotcha. So I've used this one before, which it doesn't sound like a lot, but 100 free emails per day. This can actually power quite a few things if you're not like sending an email for everything under the sun. So that's also something to take a look at. But yeah, so we'll come over here. Close the solar graph gem. Same thing as resend. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, so that resend has a cooler design. Yeah, it looks, again, I'm starting to notice a pattern where a lot of these apps have a similar look and feel. Okay, this is cool. Is this 3JS right here? Let's see. There was actually, I was looking at, who was it? Was it Theo that was reacting to the Mario Kart in 3JS? I thought that was pretty cool too. Let's see. Yeah, 3.math utils. So yeah, this is probably using 3JS. But this is cool. I like these little animations. And this is something where if I didn't have hardware acceleration in my browser, this was incredibly laggy for me in Brave. So that might be like, just as an aside, if you're using something like this, it might be worth considering if you have people like me that are completely incompetent and they don't have hardware acceleration on for one reason or another. This could cause some kind of like weird behavior. So like if you're doing this, either tell them or maybe find a way to work around that. Like, I don't know, 3JS, if they're going to go on a tangent, if there's a way to detect if hardware acceleration is on. Because this was something that for a bit, I thought I was misconfiguring 3JS. But it wasn't until like I turned it on in Brave specifically or found out like it's not a performance thing. It's just, I guess it is a performance thing, but it's from the browser. It's not like because I set something up wrong. This is the main reason we use resend. You can create emails using React. Oh, I see. So you just go through and create it in there and then, okay. Yeah, see, this is the kind of thing, again, there's always those trade-offs. This is the kind of thing where, excuse me, with like Rails, you just generate a mailer and you call it a day. You're just like, all right, no, we got this one we can handle. Now, whether or not it'll actually work when I try and use it, that's a different story. But you can use the following code to check if WebGL is supported. Okay, so maybe I play around with this and I like use a different browser and see if I can detect it. Because that'd be a good thing to cover at some point, is just like, how do you make sure that your 3JS performance is what you expect? I realize that's not related to anything we're talking about. Did you try backend other than Rails? So me personally, I have experience with like, I have experience with .NET, but not for like web development. It was more like desktop development, but we kind of used it like a web backend. It was really weird. What else have I used? I've done a little bit of like MERN development, but it was, when I say a little bit, I'm saying like casual, very casual, even less than like Rails, where I'm just deploying stuff to a droplet. So I've tried some stuff, but there's really nothing to write home about. Because one of the things, like I feel especially with like Twitter and online culture, it's very prevalent, the idea that everything is web design. But in industry, there's actually a lot of work you'll do that doesn't touch web. It might use similar patterns or maybe touch on similar tools, but there's a lot of stuff where you just don't do it. And that's where my experience comes from, is using tools in the wrong way to make things work the way that we're told to make it work. Because that's the other thing. Like, it can be the worst idea in the world, but if boss man says that's what you got to do, you got to do it that way. Like, and sometimes boss man is the person who actually pays your company. So it's less boss man and more customer person that's saying like, you got to do this. WPF for .NET Desktop. Well, it was pretty literally using like .NET and some Blazor stuff, but with like a Vue front end. So it was in an Electron app. And with .NET 9, it comes. Wait, there's no way we're already on .NET. Are we on .NET 8? Jeez, that's crazy. See, I'm over here still thinking they're on like .NET 6 or something. They're just releasing that like crazy. What is it? I saw yesterday Blazor got a huge performance boost. Yeah, I saw some people talking about Blazor. And that was weird to me because the only thing I really ever hear about Blazor is like negative things. Yeah, I heard something similar where they were talking about like, whoa, this is so cool. It's so much faster now. And I'm like, okay, but is it fun to use? Like, am I gonna enjoy using it? Rails 8 is coming. Yeah, well, but like the difference between like .NET is it's been 4 years since I used .NET 5 or something, 3 or 4 years. With Rails, you can go like 3 or 4 years between like version increases. So we're I guess it's like a blessing and a curse. It's not as quick to increment the number, but also it feels like it's so much older than it actually is. Because you're like, oh, they're still on Rails 7. It's like, yeah, but you know, it's only been like 2 years maybe. So WPF was my first framework and the first app I made. It was trash, but the customer liked it. Well, but then at that point, like, if the customer likes it, what can you say? It's good. It's a good app. It did what it needed to. But of course, if you're the developer, you're always going to say it's trash. Like, it's very hard for you to separate all of the things you know about it that don't work and what the customer sees. So like, you know, for me, there were so many different things where I was, you know, I would say this was done. It'd go through test. It'd be like validated. QA would say, oh no, this works great. And I'd just be sitting there, I'm like, oh my God, when they do this exact chain of events, what if QA didn't test this exact chain of events? It's gonna go boom. They're gonna find out I'm a fraud. And then the customer comes back like, no, this works great. I'm just saying, like, do you guys even use the app? And then they come back with like how they use it. And I'm just like, whoa, this is so much more involved than anything I've ever made. What time do you get online for streaming? I've started doing it at 5 this week. So this is like my second week of streaming. I started last week on Monday, and last week I streamed around 10 p.m. Eastern. This week I'm streaming around 5 p.m. Eastern. So it's Eastern to GMT. So I'm like GMT -5, I think. Yeah, so around this time. This is the time right now. So like 17 minutes prior. So 10 p.m. GMT is when I start streaming. Thanks for your videos. Well, thanks for watching. I'm glad they help. This is kind of like the behind the scenes look at what makes the videos work. Is I think we're on day 5 now, I think, of making this Linktree clone. But hopefully this will end up like being condensed. And how long do you stream? I've been doing around 5 hours, I think. Kind of like 5 to 10 my time. I don't know. That might adjust. I'm kind of waiting for like some analytics about when the platforms think is the best time to stream. For YouTube, I kind of have an idea just because the videos go up. But for Twitch, I'm still trying to figure out like when people prefer and what works. So it might change as I try and find like a balance between the two. By the way, do you still work as a .NET developer, or have you started as Rails? Like, I tried interviewing at a couple of Rails companies, but I don't have anything yet. So I'm technically still a .NET developer. And it'll probably take me like a year of working with Rails professionally before I can actually call myself a Rails developer. It's 1:17 a.m. for you now? Oh, geez. I'm just out here ruining everyone's sleep schedule. But it's 3:18 for you? Oh my God. These notifications aren't waking you guys up, right? Like I'm not out here just making your phones go burr in the middle of the night. Because if I am so sorry. Oh, geez. And why'd you switch from Rails to .NET? I actually switched, or I'm trying to switch from .NET to Rails because my initial like professional experience, which is what hires around for me a lot. What people are hiring for around me are .NET, Vue, and like React, but mostly Vue, as weird as that is. So I started with that because I was like, oh, well, it was in the middle of like, COVID taking off. It was like March of that year, right around like maybe a month before it caused everything to shut down. So I saw that coming and I was like, I should just take the first thing that I get an offer for just in case. So I took that, and then of course everything shut down. And then I was just like, all right, well, I'll stay here for a bit because they promised a lot of upwards mobility. It was like a big thing during the interview process was like verticality. They were like, oh, you have like YouTube experience, so public speaking. We're looking for someone to be like a product lead or something in the future. Are you interested in like owning your own product? And I was like, oh yeah, sure. But on the inside, I'm thinking to myself, I stay here for a year. I get promoted maybe to like a mid-level developer, and then I go from there. And then after like my first year, I got moved not to mid-level, but it was like senior product lead. Which was quite the jump in a year, and had a whole bunch of imposter syndrome that followed with that as well. But of course, that caused me to like identify more as like a C# developer. But I still do this on the side. So I sit here and I'm like, oh, I'm a C# developer, but I do all this Rails stuff. And then everyone's always like, oh, you do Rails or you do C#? And I'm like, it's weird that I'm professionally known as C# man, but I'm like publicly known as Rails man. And everyone is always like, wait, you do the other thing? It's just really funny. I've hired Rails developers before, and I can tell you they would be able to get a job. Yeah, you would think so, but it's funny because like if you look at like my YouTube channel, and this has come up in interviews before, like you look at this, it's 500 videos on pretty much the same topic. Now, sure, some of them are silly, but it's a pretty big, broad pool of like work experience you could point to. And then people go, yeah, but you don't have any like numbers on your resume that correspond to Rails. Like there's no X years. So then they tell me like, oh, we're looking for someone with more experience. I'm like, okay. It does raise the question of where you think these mid-level developers are going to come from if you don't give people the experience though. Like eventually the talent pool is going to dry up, and then you're not going to have any mid-level developers because you haven't been training anyone. So it's not a big deal. It's something that it'll happen eventually, but yeah. Vue is alive. Yeah, surprisingly, there's a lot of people that are using Vue. And also like Evan is probably one of the coolest people, the guy that made Vue. Just put 5 years on the resume, they'll never know the truth. It's such a bad influence. Just put your YouTube channel and your tutorial under a line item in your resume and save you X years for however long you've done that. Yeah, so that was one thing that I was talking to my dad about. I might move like the work experience around and put YouTube in a more prominent position, because I think part of the issue is it's just a line item towards the bottom of my resume right now, as opposed to putting it near the top. I like your low effort to the point tutorials with those good puns. It's always funny because I always forget that I put those in the videos, and then eventually someone like shows up, leaves a comment, and they're like, this was really funny. And then I go watch it. And I'm like, oh yeah, I did let that stay in the video. I'm a .NET dev trying to get a job in Rails. You work from 9 to 5 Eastern from Pakistan. So if you had to go for a SPA front end with Rails, what would you choose or why? I would say I would go with React, just because I probably have like the most comfortable experience with React. with Vue, a lot of what I had to do was like in the weird transition period between Vue 2 and Vue 3. So when I look at a Vue app, I'm always like, I don't know what I'm actually supposed to do here, because I only know what our version of it was, which was absolutely like completely different from what you would see in terms of like documentation or like learning resources. Every time I watch a tutorial, I'll just be like, I have no idea what these people are doing compared to what I work on. And I don't know how to translate any of this. So a lot of it was just like reinventing the wheel as I went, which was also a product of working in a space where like pretty much everyone has no experience. Like my whole team, except for the lead, everyone was a junior dev. So there's like 9 junior devs on a team with 1 lead. So we're all just kind of like doing the best we can. And you come in with like, you're not even coming into a tool or an environment you've used before. So I'm just going home after work each day, which I mean, I worked remotely. So going home was like working on the laptop, turning this way, and then like turning on the desktop. But I'd like sit here and then I go, okay, now I got to go watch like, hours upon hours of tutorials to make sure that we're actually building an application that makes sense and not just like throwing our stuff together. But when it comes to React, because I don't have that sort of context, I can just look at a React tutorial and go, okay, I'm learning from scratch, basically. You actually work as Rails developer? Nice, nice. How to tell business that we need to rewrite a Rails 6 MVC sync app to Rails 7 with Hotwire? That's a question that you could probably ask quite a few people, because I think even Shopify, which is probably like the biggest Rails people, I think they use like API stuff, right? Because they bought like Remix, right? Shopify buys Remix, I think. I don't know if bought is the right term, or yeah, they acquired it. So regular CV, no offense. I'm in recruitment. We do not care for YouTube activity. We care for is code contribution and open source. Trump's almost 9 out of 10 are your personal builds. Yeah, I mean, I get that. It's not an issue for me, at least. Like I wouldn't read too much into it. There's plenty of interest in it. I think it's all about how you present it, and I think I'm fine there. But my concern is, like Rails specifically. Possible to have React on Rails, but Svelte or Solid? Yeah, you can do that. I think there's a tutorial on Svelte specifically, right? Oh, but that's outdated. So there is a way to do it. It would just be you'd have to do it a little bit newer. Hey, Matthew Florence, how are you doing? Welcome back. But yeah, like it's funny because I've personally never been asked about my GitHub, like ever. They'll ask about YouTube, but they won't ask about GitHub, which is funny because like, again, the GitHub statistics, this is definitely something that people I hear about a lot, but like you can just pump out numbers and people look at this and they go, oh wow, it's so big numbers, go burr. But ultimately it's like this is pretty meaningless because each one of these just correlates to a video or a fraction of a video in some places. I'm cooking. How about you? How's everything? Worked all day and getting ready to disconnect and prepare tomorrow's goals. Yeah, I mean, we're just getting started, just talking about stuff. I mean, to have Svelte server rendered without jumping a ton of hoops. Yeah, in terms of like not jumping a ton of hoops, that one's going to be a little bit harder. Unfortunately, that's kind of par for the course for that type of setup. I was a Rails developer too, then turned manager, worked at Zillow as a senior manager. They use Rails there? Hiring managers would care about YouTube. Yeah, and see, that's the thing, is it always depends on who you're talking to as well. So like one of the, well, yeah, and that's another thing, like Kamir saying in Twitch, you also have developers that just don't use GitHub. Like they don't have public contributions. That's totally normal. It's going to depend on who you're talking to and when you're talking to them and where you're talking to them. But that's like pretty normal to either have like public contributions or have private contributions, or just even use like Bitbucket. Like if I use my company's Bitbucket, you're never going to see any of the work I do. don't have public contributions either and have been coding for 10 years. Yeah. And I mean, like, when you think about it, there's a lot of other fields where you just don't publicly, like, you don't go out and have public hobby chemical engineering projects that you do. You might, but you're probably, you're just going to hire based on like what their experience is. And that's where like those people that are hiring like that, which there's a lot of people like that, they'll filter you out. But then also like, you got to play a different game when you talk to them. When you talk, like if I talk to a recruiter, or if I talk to a recruiter versus a hiring manager, I'm having a slightly different conversation. When I talk to a hiring manager, I'm usually a lot more comfortable like speaking to, what I do. When I talk to a recruiter, it's less like, oh yeah, I do YouTube and stuff. Cause when they hear YouTube, they're going to go, it's programming tutorials. But I go, oh yeah, I have like a community of developers that I help. Something along those lines, just putting a shiny bow on it. Like Kamir said is, what was it yesterday? The resume is there so you can lie on it or something. This it's more than you think. Yeah. And I mean, like that's the thing. It's you're always going to have like other professions that don't put as much of a focus on it. And I think software, we probably have a bit of a problem where we put too much emphasis on like the side project aspect of it. But I'm also fortunate because I have a CS degree. So I have like the receipt that says, no, trust me, we've trained this monkey. He's good at what he does. Or at least we've put the rubber stamp on him that says he's able to code. Now that's not at all how that actually works because I've worked with plenty of people that have CS degrees that don't know how to code, and I've worked with people that are self-taught that you can run circles around you. So like just using that as like a blanket statement isn't great. But of course, if you're not a software developer, you're working as like a recruiter or something, like you gotta use what you can. Like the system's not going to be absolutely perfect, but you gotta do what you can. I don't have a CS degree either. Yeah. Well, and that's where like, your strategy changes then. You can't just go, oh, here's my rubber stamp, but that's where you do like the better side projects. But when I hear people that are like telling people that have a CS degree to also go do side projects and all this other stuff, I'm like, yeah, I mean, I did side projects. Let me skip the technical interview. But I don't think everyone who's going, like you're already paying $60,000, $70,000 probably for this degree. Do you really need to also spend 4 to 5 hours every night working on your portfolio project or whatever? Probably not. Probably just go apply to places. Don't have a CS degree. I have some degree, but CS is far from it. I think my lead had like it's almost like a graphic game design degree. I mean, he knew what he was talking about. I've worked with like self-taught people. That's one area where I think software does a bit of a better job, where it's a bit more accessible. But the whole like side project thing, it can be problematic because like I know how much time I spend on this stuff, and I don't think people should have to spend 5, 6, 7 hours some days working on their side project or some weekends and stuff. I do it because I like it, but like. I always do worry a little bit that like sends a bad precedent for other people where it's like, oh, well, now we have to hire, like you have to be a guy who likes doing this stuff on your weekend. That's a little bit strange. Like I'm not hiring the plumber who goes home and does plumbing on the weekend for fun. I'm hiring the guy with a good reputation who does what he should. Let me see. Let me catch up on chat. Thing I dislike in my career is I've never worked in a bigger company. Well, and that's where I'm at. Is it's not like bigger company, but it's more so like there's different areas that you're going to focus on. So like I worked on desktop apps, so I would like to have like web development experience or something, or I'd like to have like bigger scaled systems experience as opposed to just like the practical desktop applications or whatever I worked at. That was funded by the DoD. How do you motivate yourself and work at your 100% capacity for a job? I hate it so much. I don't know. See, for me, because I told this a couple days ago maybe, but I started off with CS basically saying, oh, I like video games. I want to go make video games. And then hey, the man kid, hope you're doing well. I went to like, the community college or whatever when I thought, because I applied to Oakland University, and then the community college was like right next door. OU never got back to me. So I went to the community college and they were like, oh, we don't have anything for game design, obviously, but we have like computer science. I was like, okay, that sounds good. And then I got accepted into Oakland University. And I was like, okay, I'll go there. And then I just went computer science. I didn't even think to ask if they had like a game design thing at that point. And then I started like the programming and I was like, oh, actually, you know what? Never mind the game design stuff. I really like sitting there and solving problems like this and making these cool, complex solutions. So for me, this is the hobby part, is just coding stuff. I like doing that. Like I can sit here, play video games, or I can sit here and code. And for me, both of them are like fun, distracting things to do. So it might just be that I have like, that I'm probably a little bit weird. I'm probably not the norm when it comes to that. That said, there are also days where it's hard to stay motivated. Always worked in smaller companies and startups. Well, my dad prefers the smaller company culture too. So there is something to be said about it. I wouldn't sell it too short. Like you said, the grass is always greener. It's a similar feeling there. Let's see. Exposed to more knowledge, discriminate. Yeah. Well, again, you're always going to have a different set of experience, I guess. Should we discuss a couple of tech YouTubers if you're willing to give us a drama? Oh God, I don't know if I'm ready. Okay. So like full disclosure, I put up a video or two, I'll say 2 years ago, because I had this theory, because I always see these videos, and I'm sure you guys have seen this too, where it's like, is X worth learning in insert current year here? And I was like, every time I see one of these videos, even if it's Rails related, these videos do so well. They do so well, which means people are clicking on them. So I made 1 or 2 videos like that. And don't get me wrong, the performance on those was wild. It was crazy compared to my normal views. Like I would upload a normal tutorial, I get like maybe 200. Well, I guess at the time it was closer to like 100 to 200 views. Only VBA is worth. You get like 100 to 200 views in like a day. I uploaded one of those videos. It was like, is Rails worth learning or something? I think got like 3,000 views in a day or two. And I was sitting there, I was like, that's it. That's how I grow the channel. So I made a second video, which was like, I think I titled it like the junior developer problem, where I just went on a bit of a rant about, like, we really should be hiring more junior developers. And I still stand by that. It's been like 2 years. But it was a little bit controversial because, of course, you got the people that are like adamantly opposed to giving any sort of inch to new developers for some reason. I still get comments on it from people that are like, well, here's an idea. Why don't the junior developers just go get good? And you're like, okay, well, that's not what I was talking about. I made those videos, very, very controversial videos in terms of the comments that I got. I also made one about like React or something. React versus Hotwire, I think. And people were not happy with me on that. But it broke one of my rules, which is it's what my dad like told me. One of his college professors taught him. At the end of the day, you should still be able to look yourself in the mirror and not kick small animals. I was like, I didn't kick any small animals, but it did get a little bit harder to look myself in the mirror when I made those videos. And that's kind of like, I don't know, it's hard because I know the drama farming channels are like so popular. Your rants are always fun to watch. Yeah, and that's sort of how I looked at it. I was like, these are just kind of rant videos. But I think if I were to start doing those again, there's a very specific line that I would have to walk so that I would be happy with what I was doing. Because like you said, the Theo and DHH stuff, I talked about this the other day. It was almost like it felt like I don't want to say it felt manufactured, but it was like it's the same drama formula that you see on like live stream fails all the time, which is like Guy says something without full context. Guy responds without full context. They disagree because of that missing context. And then they just kept going, and it just kept escalating, and people just kept arguing over this. And I'm just sitting there, I'm like, well, you can both be a little bit wrong and a little bit right. Like, there's some nuance there, but the nuance isn't, you're not getting to the front page of live stream fails or developer upset news weekly. If you go, TypeScript isn't always, like, it's like testing. It's not always necessary. And if you don't want to use it, you shouldn't have to use it, but that's not going to sell anything. But then also, like, don't go on Twitter and call everyone a hooligan to say, to like discredit their point or whatever. And then don't continue to say that over and over again, and just keep looking for farming materials. I don't know. It's going to be hard to find that balance, but I don't think I want to be one of the people that's constantly in a disagreement over like what tools other people are using. I think I'm more in the camp of just use whatever you want to. Just don't be mean to people because of their choices. Unless you're like in my comment section telling me that I'm dumb for using WSL and Windows because you're like one of those Linux purists. I'm gonna be like, okay, well, hold on, you're in the wrong here, because there's normal people that just, they need to be able to access their Windows stuff. It is just really weird. I don't know. English is very important to get a job as a Ruby and Rails developer because there's bit jobs on South America. Well, there was one of the viewers messaged me on Twitter. I want to say this was like 2 years ago. He was in the medical field in Venezuela. He was actually interviewing for a Rails position in New York at the time. And they were their tech stack was like Rails backend, React front end, but it sounded like React was almost like embedded into whatever they were doing. And his English was good. It wasn't like, you could tell he wasn't a native speaker. It was still pretty good. But I think he ended up getting hired for that job. So like there are opportunities. It's just, I mean, the questions he was asked probably weren't fair. That was the one where he had to like go in and modify the Trix editor. If you're not familiar, Trix action text WYSIWYG editor that like ships with Rails, which is just absolutely gross. I don't know. Do they have an image on here? That's another thing. The fact that the Rails docs don't have images of the tools that you use is kind of wild. Trix can be a nightmare. Yeah. Well, and it was like go in there and modify the action bar, and it was just something. It was a weird interview question. But what are you gonna do? I'm gonna choose Trix over Frolla, et cetera, every time. Yeah, we had that conversation a couple days ago about different WYSIWYG editors. The one that I like is if you look at the CK editor pricing, I think it's CK editor. Or if you go to the pricing page, it's one of those get a quote prices, which is why it's going to be expensive. But a lot of these, it's like $600, $700, $800, $900 a month sometimes for these licenses for these editors, which is kind of wild. Should I buy a Mac for Ruby, or should I save money and go with Windows? That's a tough one. So there was a blog post that DHH put out. So if you like listening to DHH, he's now my poster child for this discussion. Because he has been a Mac purist for a while. He tried WSL the other day. There are some quirks with it. I think for him, one of the big ones was like font scaling and resolution. But he said for him, he thinks WSL with Visual Studio Code right now is in a spot where you can use that or use Mac. So what I would say is if you like the Mac ecosystem, it's probably better for you to go Mac. If there's Windows stuff you like doing or you want to do, it might be worth going Windows. And then you should probably also remember, like if you get a job, they'll probably give you like a company device or something. So that's also something to consider. Really, it's just so I use WSL plus Windows, but I used Ubuntu for years prior to that. Yeah. So like ultimately it's just whatever you want to use. I like Windows. I use Steam. I use the Jagex launcher. I play games. I do spreadsheet stuff with my dad occasionally when he needs help with something. So for me, I have a lot of Windows specific stuff that I use. But like it really doesn't matter. I would just go with whatever you want to do. But I would also, you know, make sure you're spending responsibly, I guess. Mr. Fourth Quarter subscribed with Prime. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm still getting used to all these notifications. I'm also seeing that there's pre-roll ad timers today, or there's ad timers. I don't know. So if there are ads on Twitch, I'm sorry. I don't know how to like turn that off. I think YouTube's probably automating it, so it's a little bit better. But let me know if it's annoying or anything, and then I'll try and figure out how to get it working a bit better. C# was my first language, so I legally have to stay on Windows. Any tips for junior developer? I hear Britannic English is difficult. My biggest tip for like junior developer is just find if you need project experience, I would find something you're passionate about and try and make a project around that. I wouldn't bother. Like my favorite example is one of my initial portfolio projects. I wouldn't bother making one of these things, like these pathfinding things that all the YouTubers were talking about for a year or two there. Because like you're probably not going to be passionate about pathfinding algorithms. In my case, I thought they were interesting, but it's not like I'm sitting there at night going like, oh, you know, if only I had a better pathfinding application. So there, it might be better to like focus on something you're passionate about. In terms of like your English, I mean, my sister learned from Star Trek, and she's like fluent in English. So I don't know, maybe try watching Star Trek. that one is going to be a little bit harder to explain. But the whole ecosystem is different. Yeah, the Mac ecosystem's interesting. Oh, excuse me. I didn't even get to mute that time. I'm sorry. DHH talks about reading gems to get better in coding. How do you approach reading a gem? Can we do it now? Yeah, we can actually talk about the Hotwire combo box tool. We talked about this the other day. So for anyone that doesn't know, let me see. Where's the repo? Apparently I'm a contributor now. That's pretty cool. So Jose made this. It is a like YouTube style autocomplete type thing. So you come in here, you search for something, it does the autocomplete as a drop down. So this is just a gem that does this for you. There's a little bit of like back end stuff you got to do to make it work, but it's not too bad. But when you look at this, my first thought was, I think I was playing with it, and it's probably updated now, but I don't know. We'll see. I came in here and I like tried doing something like control backspace, and control backspace wasn't working. One sec. Hi, congratulations for your YouTube channel. I learned a lot from your videos. Thanks, and hugs from Brazil. Well, thank you for watching. I'm glad the videos are helpful. But I came in here. This wasn't working entirely right, and it was like it was not working in my project. I didn't try it here, so I was like, okay, let's see if we can figure out what's wrong with it. So I came over to the Hotwire combo box repository, which this is just the source code. And like if you're not familiar with it, I'm going to press dot to open this up in VS Code. Because I'm logged in. I remember that. Make sure you're logged in when you do this. As a hiring manager, best thing about a portfolio is good coding hygiene. Add unit tests, good docs, and clean commits. Yeah, honestly, best thing you can do, make a good README. If I see that you're writing a good README, I'm like, okay, this person cares about the people that are actually looking at the project. If your README is still like a basic template or empty, then I'm like, all right, something's wrong here. But yeah, so you come in here and then like even let's assume we don't know anything about gems. Because for me, I don't know. I just come in here and I figure out where stuff is. That's how I figured out the first time. So I just go, okay, what looks familiar to a regular Rails app? Well, there's an app folder here. And then I go, okay, assets, I probably don't care about. There's like JavaScripts and stuff, but we'll just skip the assets for now. There's views. Let's look in the views. So you come into the views and you can see, okay, it's rendering a bunch of stuff. So you go, all right, well, it's rendering, it's got components. Let's see if there's anything in here that tells me sort of what it's doing. So you go through, you see the turbo frame tags, and then here you see data, combo box target. So that tells me stimulus. So then I go, okay, there's stimulus code in here. There's stimulus components somewhere. Where is the stimulus? Well, there's no like JavaScript folder. So there's probably like assets. I go into assets, then I come into JavaScripts. And then here I go, okay, there's controllers. Here's the combo box controller. So I found my way here. Now, the other way you could do that, you come in here, you see this, you just hit Control C, and then I think it's Control Shift F, and then paste it in and go to search. And then you're like, okay, this is coming from here, or it's coming from here. And you just click around until you find where it's coming from. But ultimately, you see, okay, we have the controllers right here, and then we have the folder with the combo box, and then we have more stuff in here. And this is where all of our actual JavaScript is. So like, it's really just a exploration mission of figuring out where stuff is and how it works. And then I have to think to myself, okay, what am I actually looking for? So in this case, it's when I search, there's something that happens where it's, if I were to use a word, I would say it's almost like it's filtering the search results. So I search for like 2000 or something, and I say, okay, that gives me this Space Odyssey. So I come over here and I'm like, all right, so it's filtering. So let's look in the filtering. I come in here and there's a bunch of code here that I just don't understand, right? My company code base README is still the Next.js README. See, that was one thing I had to fight for, was getting the READMEs in our repositories to actually be useful. And like, you're already pushing it up to, in our case, Bitbucket. So like, there's already like automatic, markdown support and stuff. So you go in there and then you say, okay, let's just make a meaningful README, because we're going into like other teams' products, and it was just impossible to figure out how anything worked. So we were like, all right, we'll start putting out the READMEs. And then we went over to those teams. We're like, hey, we have a README. You guys want to take a look at this? And we just kind of went from there. But yeah, it's like, ask Deanin about the Kamal incident. No, it's the worst that could happen. Yeah, I was joking about that, but like, honestly, because we need like channel emotes or something. What I'm thinking about is like taking the emote idea that I had, like the basic format for the emote. I didn't post it here. Okay, let me find it. Hold on, we're going on a side mission real quick. So I was playing around with like emote ideas. Let me grab this one. There we go. And I was like, oh, this would be cool for like an emote or something, right? But then I was thinking, what if we had one like this where he's just sobbing uncontrollably, and then we just call that like Deanin Kamal. We just turn Kamal into an emote. It's just horrendously depressed. But yeah, so I come in here and I don't fully understand what all this is doing. Like, that's not my goal. My goal here isn't to understand the code. It's just to figure out where I think maybe the thing is happening that I'm looking for. So then I come in here, I'm like, okay, maybe it's like selection. Maybe in the selection we're doing something. Or in my case, I know like there's like a backspace thing that's happening. So I'm like, okay, well, let's see, what else do we have? We have autocomplete. Maybe in autocomplete we're doing something weird. And then I keep going through until eventually I find something that looks like what's the Kamal joke? Yeah, so I tried, okay, if you go to the Kamal page, this is the new Rails tool, the new gem, where they say deploy apps anywhere. You just deploy it. It's zero downtime. And everyone on the subreddit was talking about how easy and how fast this is to use. You set up Kamal and you're just done. And that kind of annoyed me, because I know that it's never as easy as just saying you just set it up and run it. Because even if it only relies on one config file, that config file is where your issue is going to be. So I streamed working out with Kamal and trying to deploy Kamal, and it took me like 6 hours one day. And it kept failing. I kept getting a segmentation fault. And then the next day, it took me 2 more hours before stream to figure out what was wrong with it. So overall, it was like an 8-hour process to get Kamal working. So like it's supposed to be super easy, but the running joke is that like it never works when you try and use it. Because so far, every time I've tried to use it, there's been some weird like out of left field bug that just causes it to break. Which probably isn't fully fair to Kamal, but also like, oh, the meme image. No, I think I want to do like an emote like this, but have him just like crying uncontrollably with like tears running down, with like maybe he's holding like the words Kamal or something, and turning that into like an emote for the channel. Yeah, I haven't done it yet. I'm still working on it. I just think it'd be funny to do. But yeah, so you like go through here and you're really just trying to figure out where stuff is happening until eventually you find what you're looking for. And it's not easy to to do sometimes, because you're looking at someone else's work, and it's like when you show up to one of my videos and you go, how did he figure this out? It's because they spent a lot of time working on it. So you can't just come in here and expect to read this and just go, okay, I understand everything that's happening here. But eventually you go through enough of these, you look for what you're looking for, and you might find, like, you'll either find what you're looking for, or you'll find something else that might be closer to what you're looking for, or like even a different bug that you weren't expecting to stumble across. And then you just kind of go from there. In this case, it's pretty heavily focused on just like the stimulus components, and less so like the Ruby code itself. But sometimes when you have like Ruby code, then you're going like, okay, where's that happening? And in this case, you're going to have to look a bit, but you're going to come into like the lib. I did it by muscle memory, but you're going to come into the lib, and then in the lib, you're going to have a hot wire combo box right here. And honestly, the best thing I could say with like reading a Ruby gem is probably just go make a small Ruby gem. Make super small, super simple one, because it gives you an idea of the basic like places where you would put assets or scripts or anything else. And then once you have that perspective, opening one of these up, you're just like, okay, I know app and I know lib. And then you open up those two folders and you go at it. Someone else might be going through here, and the lib would probably be one of the last places they would think to check. So they're going to go into like app looking for the Ruby code, and there's not going to be any models. And then they're going to be like, where is it? Maybe they come into, I don't know, assets, JavaScripts, and they see like, where is it? Hotwire combo box has models. And then they look in here and they're like, where's the Ruby code though? This is the models folder. So a lot of that comes with just like doing something similar and then getting more comfortable with like how a gem is structured. But then you come into like lib and you see this and you're like, okay, well, this doesn't really help me. And then you open this up, and this is where your engine is, where your helpers are. And you'll notice some of these, if you've used the gem, these are probably going to start to look like familiar methods that you've used in the gem. And that's where you go, okay, so this is how this thing works. And this is actually a really good example. I'm going to paste it in chat, the combo box gem. Because if we go, and I'm going to do this over here so that I don't see anything weird on Twitter again. But if we come over here, Jose is a programmer at 37 Signals. So he's probably pretty good at what he does. So when you're looking at his code, you're going, okay, well, that's pretty close to, someone who works in an environment where I can trust that what he's doing is probably a good pattern that he's learned from working there. So that's like a bonus like icing on top of the cake, where you look at their code and you go, okay, so there's a lot here that I could probably learn by looking at this. Is this one a gem or an engine? I mean, that's a good point. But that's another one where what you want to do is sit down and maybe also make an engine and learn what the difference is, just so you can like get familiar between one versus the other. Do engines earn royalty behavior? I'll be honest, I haven't played around with engines enough to be familiar with like any of the nuances. I think I've done like one video on each, like an engine and a gem, and that's about it. And the rest of it is just from coming in here and like looking at what they do, or just playing with stuff basically. The initializer part is very royalty. I mean, it's possible. Wait, there's a question. This actually came up earlier when I was talking to my dad. What's your take on AI? Will it replace us? And what's the ETA for that? Yeah, again, I'm going to sound like one of those people that's way too old when I say this. I'm probably going to date myself. I'm pretty sure like every year we got a new thing that's going to replace everyone and everything that we do. And it has not panned out so far. There was a list. I was trying to tweet it out a couple days ago because I was feeling a little bit saucy. It's like neural networks are going to replace everyone. We now have an AI that can play chess kind of okay, and it doesn't need to be trained like Stockfish. That didn't pan out. Then we had like DeepMind with their it can play Go, the AlphaGo. That's going to replace everyone. That didn't really pan out. We had like the protein folding. That didn't really pan out. They were really good at those things, but it didn't pan out. It always looks very promising, and then it finds that like, if I open up Paint real quick, I can just show you what I'm talking about here. And this is something that I don't see enough people talking about, which is kind of funny. If you have like something like this, what you'll often see is, we'll do this in black still. You'll often see something like this. And if we switch over to red, you'll see a graph that looks something like this. And then you'll see their solution might only be looking at this subsection of the graph. And and then they go, we're fine. We found the peak in this subsection, right? They're maximizing for this, whatever their logic is. They found what they believe to be the absolute peak. And then if you look to the left or the right, if you zoom out enough, you start to see that actually what they're stuck at, they would have to regress to improve. And this is very like common in like machine learning, like your local maximums or whatever. I think, my personal opinion, a lot of the ChatGPT stuff, all of the GPT stuff in general, you're probably looking at a pretty good. Maybe it's like over here instead. Maybe they've looked at this with like AlphaGo, and then they looked at this with ChatGPT, and they went, "Whoa, this is so much better." But like actual replacing everyone is probably not even over here. It's probably like off screen. Like this just continues off to the distance, and way over there is our actual solution. But we're just focused on these because this is what we see right now. I don't think you're going to see this replace all developers. I don't think it's going to replace all the accountants. I think you have something here that might work like a calculator in terms of like customer service support maybe. And now you don't need like what used to be called a calculator. Maybe now you have a mathematician instead. So you have like better customer service people. Yeah, exactly. AlphaGo can't play Go, or AlphaGo can play Go, but it can't write Go. That's pretty much what I'm getting at here. It's a better way of putting it. You have these tools that are very good seemingly at what they do, but you got people going to the Ford dealership website using their LLM to do their math homework because they've realized it's a free version of ChatGPT, and it can't even differentiate between someone who wants a math equation solved and someone who wants customer support. Like there's so many nuanced areas of it that you're constantly going to be like stuck, and it's not going to work as well as you think it will. Similar with like the Gemini stuff that happened where everyone was losing their minds about like how questionably it was generating images. It's because it's actually really hard once you get out of that very basic set of like examples. Like, oh, we have a chatbot and it can do chatbot things. Well, now you have an image generator, and it turns out now you have to actually fine tune how it's generating images. You trained all your data on the internet, and now it can't differentiate between what people on the internet like me are saying and what's actually factual. Like if I run around and I tell you that Ruby on Rails is the best programming framework on the planet, and I have like 18 million accounts posting this 24/7, the chatbot might tell you the absolute best framework is Ruby on Rails, even though there's like no factual evidence for that, except for the fact that I made a bunch of Twitter accounts and spammed it over and over again. And like you can see a lot of that happening already, where these bots are just pretty much just repeating whatever they find from like whatever top AI generated website on Google exists. Because at the end of the day, it's the same problem that they had with like that. I think it was the Microsoft AI 5 or 6 years ago, where it was just trained on like a bunch of stuff that ended up turning into like an actual racist, like throwing out racial slurs and stuff when he would ask it a question. Because like it's inherently a flawed approach. It's convenient right now, but I don't think it's going to scale well. And when you look at like the what's it called? The OpenAI image thing. OpenAI Sora. This one. If we've already trained on all the data, is that enough? Like we can't have more data. We have to work with this data. Yeah, and I think that's the problem they're running into. Like, again, if you look at these videos are very impressive. But one of the things you learn to look for is problems that it's had in the past. And this is I can even see it in this one. So we're gonna take this as like they acknowledge this in some of their little doohickeys down here where they say like this isn't perfect. Here they don't say it. But I want to draw your attention specifically to this person right here and this person right here. You'll see this every time. This'll just like it'll ruin it for you. This has been a problem for a long time. Is how do you maintain the persistence when something in the background gets crossed over by something in the foreground, and it needs to persist to the other side of the person. So you can see here the camera's panning, and every time you see one of these, you'll never see the person come out the other side. it's always going to be stuck in some way. And there's so much of this where it's just, it's not great at like that persistence. Good night, Matha. Hope you're having a good time. I hope you had a good time. I hope you have a good night. But this scales even worse when you get to, where is it? There was a very specific video we were looking at where this is like pretty obvious. The one where they had like the video from the top down. I don't know if they show it here. We're gonna have to go through a lot of these to find it. This one. So this right here, they don't really mention it, but the entire scale is kind of weird. And also the, have to go keep up the daily streaming. Just join the Discord. Well, thank you. Thank you. I will do my best to keep it up. But here, we're just going to look at this real quick. First of all, the scaling looks a little bit weird, right? And also it looks like it's kind of inconsistent with what's in the front and what's in the back. But even setting this aside, that's the whole video right there. Now, I want you to specifically focus over here and just look at how many weird things are happening where like the cars start to change or dematerialize. The scale is weird. That car just appeared, then disappeared. And then this car over here is shifting and morphing, and now it's people, and now it's not people. Like there's like 20 different things that went wrong there in the span of, I don't even know, 7 seconds. And you can see that the more you scale it up, the more those issues like come to the foreground. And then you can see, okay, so that's still a problem. Like we still have a problem with the consistency and the persistence behind objects. And it's like, you're not actively trying to combat that. You're just scaling it up more. And then the more you do that, the more those issues are going to be, the more pronounced they're going to be. And I think that's where like we're going to get that point where we have now exhausted the set of things we could try and apply this to, and then we have to actually just make it better. And that's where like, oh, it seems like ChatGPT is not too good today. Like it just feels a little bit weird. And then like over time, the more people use it, the more they're like, you know, something here feels like it's getting worse at what it does. And it might not even be getting worse. It's just maybe you're getting more and more used to those flaws, and the flaws are becoming more and more apparent. And like, that's why I think in a lot of cases, I think they're using the excuse that they can like let go of their workforce to like downsize because of AI, because it's a very convenient way to hide the fact that they overhired during the pandemic. And it's not just like tech companies, it's across the board. I think a lot of it is just, oh yeah, no, we can totally do this because we don't need all these customer service reps. But then they kind of let them go, and then they just say, never mind, we're done here. And then on the inside, they're going, you know, stock is safe. I don't know how you look at some of these tools and you go, this can work as well as the customer service reps that we, like actual people. I don't know. I think there's a lot there where we're probably going to have to address it eventually. But until then, we're going to keep making the stock go to the moon. Yeah, and also AI is expensive. Like that is very true. The cost is going down, but when you look at the attempts at making it better, hey Moro, hope you're doing well. A lot of what it is like sometimes it's just feedback loops. Like there was this one technique I saw with like OpenAI agents where what they were doing was they had a OpenAI agent that would then fact check itself. So you would get a result back, you'd prompt it for a question, it would come back with a result, and then that result you would then go, hey OpenAI, is this result, does this make sense? And then if it did make sense, you would then ask it again, and you'd be like, can you critically analyze this result and look for flaws in it? And then once you get that result back, then you go, okay, based on this feedback, can you respond again? And what happens is you get a better response back. But now you're getting billed 4 times for this question. Like instead of just running it once through ChatGPT, now you're being billed 20 cents 4 times, for example. And that gets really expensive. And then there's also like the hardware costs associated with that. And the fact that like all the GPUs are super expensive, like $100,000 for a single GPU probably isn't very affordable. And then for like the videos for Sora, you're talking about like hundreds of hours to days to years worth of computing time. And it's like, that's a lot of money that you're paying for this. And I think the cost will come down, but also like it's just really expensive right now. Philosophical Dean wasn't on my bingo card. Yeah, my dad made the mistake of asking this question to me earlier about like the Gemini thing, and I went like an hour and a half tirade. And I was like, I hope it doesn't come up on stream, because if it does, I'm not going to shut up for like 2 hours about it. Theoretical limited computing could be a great video idea. Yeah, honestly, it could be. This was like one of my interests in undergrad was like machine learning and stuff. Which also, can I just say, like the number of people that I know who went from the NFT space, where they were experts on NFT, to now suddenly being experts on AI that I went to school with, and I know what courses they took, and I know what they were like as students. They are not these experts that they claim to be. And I'm sure that's not an isolated incident. So when I hear all these AI experts on Twitter, man, it does raise some eyebrows if you actually understand the software a little bit. You're just sitting there like, man, I can't believe people are just sitting here retweeting this stuff, because there's no world where you actually know what you're talking about. And they're just like, oh yeah, no, I threw a couple prompts into ChatGPT and I made 8 different ChatGPTs. Like if you go to YouTube, you can find a bunch of examples of this where it's people that like, they make different agents with ChatGPT. They give it like an initial prompt where it's like, you're a resume editor, and you're a realtor, and you're a business executive. And then they sell you literal packages of these agents where it's just prompts you put into ChatGPT. And they're selling these prompts as like a solution to your problem for like 10 or 20 bucks because they're a prompt engineer or prompt expert. And I'm like, that's not what you're trying to do here, is just scam people. Like, how is this? How are you okay with what you're doing here? How do you go at night and sit there and look in the mirror and go, oh, this is totally okay. At least they're making money. Yeah, and that's ultimately what their motivation is. And I've talked to these people before, and they've admitted to me, they're like, oh yeah, no, I don't actually believe the message. I'm just saying it because, I mean, it works. I make money off of it. Like one of my friends who did that climate change NFT, where it was like a NFT to save climate change or raise money to help with climate change. And then he spent a couple weeks doing like a art premiere thing for it, so he could have like an art gallery sale or something. And then one of my friends messaged me and he's like, yeah, he doesn't actually like believe in climate change at all. He's just doing this because he thought it'd be an easy way to make a buck. And I'm like, geez, that's kind of wild that he's saying, like, I don't think I'd be comfortable enough saying that to my friends. Like, oh yeah, no, I don't believe this stuff. I'm just scamming people. Like, you're pretty honest about that stuff. I guess more power to you, but geez, really, you're just coming out here and like, now I'm supposed to be okay with this, I guess. And yeah, I don't really talk to a lot of those people anymore because I learned too much about them during the NFT craze to where I'm like, I'm good. I like looking myself in the mirror too much to do that. A little bit too much self-respect. I consider myself an expert in AI. Disclaimer, I've done AI since 2016. Well, yeah, but that's like a bit of a difference there where it's like you've probably done more than just written a prompt. You've probably opened, at the very least, like PyTorch or something and gone, oh, okay. So it's like math. It's a lot of math. Okay, I get that. I don't think you could probably ask half these prompt engineers if AI, what it is. And I think math would be pretty far down the list of what they would tell you an AI is. They probably answer with like it's code or something. Like, forget linear algebra, that doesn't exist. Have you ever done AI or hacking? I mean, I've done my fair share of like written papers on it in university because that was like my area of interest, and I've also done like some small projects on it, but nothing that I've like publicly talked about on the YouTube channel. I think the closest thing on like the YouTube channel that's AI related was probably like hooking up with ChatGPT's API, but that's like using an AI plugin. That's not AI development there. So there's nothing that I've publicly shown off. So I'm not going to say I've done AI. Privately, I've worked on projects, but it's more like learning how PyTorch works and like the theory behind it, and then using PyTorch itself for various projects. There was like one of the first things I ever did was trying to teach a program to like play not tic-tac-toe. It was like like an XOR detector or something. It was really, really basic, but it was like looking back at it now, I'm like, wow, that's pretty simple. But like when you first come into it, it's kind of hard to like get your mind around how all of these like actual models and stuff work. Because that's the other thing. Like it's not all Chat GPT. It's not all like a GPT. It's different approaches, different solutions we've tried. Like if I remember correctly, I think originally we kind of discarded neural networks, and then we like revisited the idea after several years. And then we were like, oh, actually, I think this can be applied. And like, of course, when you're the first person who like comes back to a tech like that, the general consensus when you first start thinking that to yourself is you're going to be the outsider and you're going to be the weirdo who's like looking at this thing we've already decided doesn't work. Like if I came out tomorrow and I said, actually, guys, the calculator app on your phone is artificial general intelligence. Maybe I'm onto something, but also maybe I'm just way too into the calculator app on my phone. So like it's kind of hard in like that research sense, because you do have to be the contrarian, but you also have to be a little bit constrained. Otherwise you end up in a situation like with the, I forget what it was called. The company that did the superconductors stuff like a year ago, maybe earlier it would have been last year, where they thought they had a superconductor. And like, it's such a meme at this point whenever they do that. I'm a little bit concerned like the general intelligence stuff is going to be similar, where it just becomes a meme of, no, this time we got it. Because this is now like the second or third time that we're definitely on the path for artificial general intelligence. I think this is the first time it's like gotten this much mainstream attention, which could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. I don't know. Hopefully it at least inspires people. But so far, all I see is like a bunch of panic on the like computer science and engineering subreddits, where people are like, oh no, we're going to be unemployed. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? I can't even get this thing to generate code if I feed it the entire documentation that it needs to generate from. Let's see now. Listening to you is a seriously positive reminder that humanity will win and thrive. I mean, I think you might be gassing me up too much there. I think what you should take away from this is that what my opinions are probably very in line with what the average person's opinions are. But it's just not popular to have those opinions, in like the sense of it doesn't sell online. So you don't get those hysteric articles or media platforms talking about this stuff when there's just a guy going like, yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool tech. We got to work on it a bit. Maybe it'll get better. Who knows? Like that's not as cool as AI will unemploy the drive-through because now you can order with a chatbot, like whatever they're running every day. I think I don't know. It's very similar with like politics, where usually you get the loudest from both sides that are the ones that everyone kind of echoes. And then there's like everyone towards the center that isn't being echoed because they're not making these outlandish statements that just get headlines. Is ML.NET great? ML.NET is C#'s ML library. Use the Visual Studio GUI to make a model. Didn't hand code it myself. Don't even understand how it works. Well, yeah, and that's the other thing. A lot of AI at this point, because of it's really hard. Like if you're talking on like the lowest level, it's math. Like it's so much math, it's unbelievable. So a lot of the libraries end up building up on that, and you get to a certain level where it's abstracted away. Like we don't really think about like the machine code that our languages are building at this point, right? So it's very similar with AI, where it's gotten to such a high level where even like a lot of the learning stuff, like if you go to YouTube and you're like, let's see now, like how to make, I don't know, AI with PyTorch, pretty much all the tutorials you find are going to be like just hand waving away all the math. And it's like, just use this method, use this method, use this method, because it's at such a high level. Can you do AI without math? I mean, probably. I don't see, my problem is because I know some of the math, it's a little bit harder for me to say if I'm not using the math or if I'm like subconsciously using it And I'm just not thinking, like maybe I have like that conceptual thing reinforcing my decisions where I'm like, I need to do this because like from a mathematical perspective, I know why I need to do this. But I think based purely on like the numbers you're seeing here for these views, it's probably safe to say you can do it without math. Because I highly doubt that you're seeing all of this with like, 200, 300,000 views from people that understand the math. Because there's a good chance if you understand the math, you've gone through enough like university work to the point where you're doing this on your own. It's not always possible to know what the computer is doing. Deep learning consists of AI choosing the best path. Yeah, and that's where like the whole black box argument comes from. Like sometimes we just don't know what the AI is doing. It's just you put something in and then there's a bunch of stuff that transforms what you put in and then you get something out. And it's kind of hard to look inside and say definitively what it's doing because, I mean, depending on how it's constructed, it's not feasible to do that. Especially when you're talking about like these things that have like millions upon millions of different like means of transforming. It's just, you put it in there and you get something out and you go, okay, well that wasn't quite right. So let's adjust like the bias a little bit and see if that changes something. But I don't know. There's a lot of that, and I'm a little bit concerned that it's painting like the same image, like what I was talking about earlier. So like with the this is going to change the world, right? The neural network coded to adopt the best math algorithm to achieve the task. Yeah. So like with AI, that was like the big thing when I started school. It was AI is going to change the world, and then it was quantum computers. And I might be getting the order here wrong, but I just like from a broad perspective, let's think about all of the different things that are going to change the world. So we started with AI, right? AI is going to change the world. And then we said quantum computers are going to change the world. It's going to break every encryption algorithm, blah, 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 blah. It's going to be better for computing. Everyone's going to have a quantum computer at some point. So AI, we've already established, it still hasn't like reached artificial general intelligence. I'm not taking anything away from it. It's just like it factually hasn't done what everyone thought it was going to do to that extent, like that extreme. We're not at the singularity yet. But then we have quantum computing. And what we've learned with quantum computing is it's good for some stuff and it's not good for other stuff. It still hasn't changed the world, broken banking, encryption algorithms, etc. And we found ways that we can probably avoid that from happening. Then we have 3D printing. 3D printing is going to change the world. You're going to have 3D printed makeup. You're going to 3D print everything. And it's just, you're never going to have to buy anything. And like that also hasn't happened. There's more stuff being 3D printed. There's more like manufacturing processes that rely on printing stuff now, sure. But like I have a 3D printer. I still order plastic stuff off Amazon if I need it because sometimes it's kind of a pain to just go and design the thing. If I can just go look it up and get like a product that's probably a little bit more stable, more robust, I'm going to go with that. Then we have drones. Drones are going to deliver all your packages. I still don't know how this one was going to change the world, more so than just change like delivery. But that was another one where it felt like for 6 or 8 months, the only thing I was hearing about was like drones. Then there was big data. Everything was big data. I had a business class that was all about big data. It was everyone's favorite word until you got to the database class where the professor was like, I'm so sick and tired of everyone talking about big data all the time. And I was like, we could even like simplify it more. You could say like, non-relational databases are going to completely revolutionize databases. And then everyone's going to be using Mongo. No one's going to be using Postgres anymore. There's no way for a tech to be that groundbreaking and that sweeping that's going to change everything that often that we're just sitting there like every year we have the new thing. Like let's look at the time between crypto, which also happened and didn't change our banking industry. It's just become something that people throw money into. NFTs, which are still, I don't know what NFTs are doing. We went from like crypto and NFTs are going to do everything. And now like we needed a new thing. So now it's the chat GPT stuff and that's going to change the world. And again, like if you follow the people that do this, it's really weird how many of them have overlapping skill sets between all of these techs that just become super popular. And you follow their Twitter bios long enough and you're going to see they're not an expert. They're updating their profile or the resume or whatever to say, oh, actually, I took an AI class in college. It was called Intro to AI or something, and now I'm an AI expert. And it's a little bit frustrating because it does tend to undermine when there's actual discoveries. Like the whole superconductor thing, it's such a meme at this point, but it's such an important area of research that when there is like a small discovery, everyone just goes, well, they start with it's a room temperature superconductor, and then it gets watered down to the actual discovery, as opposed to just like sitting there and going, okay, I'm going to follow this. I'm going to wait and see what happens. It's probably not like whatever they're saying it is, but we'll see. But of course that doesn't sell the articles. So we got to say ChatGPT is going to unemploy everyone, which still doesn't really make a lot of sense. Maybe GPT-5 will change my mind, but I somehow doubt it. Quantum computing is so scam. If you heard the word quantum and is in the physics conversation, get out. Well, yeah. And then there's like, it's quantum computing. And then you ask someone to explain it and they say the word qubits to you. Like that is entirely enough of an explanation about it to like, I don't know, explain away the entire topic. Well, it uses qubits instead of bits, so there's more possibilities. You're like, okay, but like, can we actually talk about what it is? Like, why do I need a giant freezer to make a quantum computer work? Can we start with that? And how is that going to scale to sitting on my desk? And also, how is that going to let me play World of Warcraft with my friends? And then like that just becomes a, well, we'll figure it out later type of thing. And you're like, okay, sure. I don't know about that, but okay. And we started with the quantum gurus. Yeah, that's, love CS, but I also want to future-proof myself. Well, yeah, and I think, like, again, as good as ChatGPT gets, or as good as Copilot gets, we're just gonna use those tools. Like, we're gonna go from the mathematician who was doing the basic arithmetic by hand to the guy who uses a calculator and still does math. He just doesn't do basic arithmetic by hand. He throws it into a spreadsheet or whatever, and he's still plugging away or using Wolfram Alpha or whatever, but Wolfram Alpha didn't unemploy all of the calculus professors. I have a good background of astrophysics, and because of that, I learned a bit of quantum physics, and the Heisenberg uncertainty principle makes quantum computers almost impossible. Well, and like that's, if you actually look at it, that's what a lot of the issues boil down to. Is it's like, I have bits, but the bits are just randomly decaying, and I don't know how to fix that. And then like, but this is going to change everything. It's going to break encryption algorithms. But also, I don't know if I'm going to be able to like have anything stable in my system. But like, if I do, when I figure that out, it's going to change everything. And you're like, there's no guarantee that you're going to be able to fix that though. It'd be like me saying, oh no, I have faster than light communication worked out. I just have to figure out how to go faster than light with my communication. Like, well, there might be a bit of a hurdle there to overcome between that to brain. But yeah, sure. Yeah, it's a reasonable statement. just get over that little constant and you'll be fine. And all of the implications that would come with that. I don't know. It's a lot of that tech is just, it does get to you when you sit there, and there is like that fatigue where you're just constantly hearing about how this is going to change everything. And then they try and just, get a basic image generator working similar to DALL-E. And then it turns out that we still have the same problem. It's still just spitting out stuff that makes people unhappy. You stream every day from 5 to 10 p.m. EST. That's the plan, at least right now. I don't know if it's going to stay that time, but we'll see. Right now, it's 5 to 10 EST on YouTube and on Twitch. For quantum computers be a thing, first the string theory, M theory, bubbles, convolutional gravity, and those all theories need to be proved. Yeah, but also we can just sit here and say, no, three more years and it'll take over the world. What I'm confused on is why we haven't had like a quantum GPT yet. I feel like that's a missed opportunity. What are your streaming plans for the weekend? I'm not sure yet. I kind of want to do like off-topic streams at some point. I feel like that'd be fun. Although with how I stream, it feels like everything ends up being an off-topic stream. So who knows there? So much missing knowledge for us to make something like that. Yeah, well, that doesn't sell though. Admitting there's shortcomings. Like, I don't know if you guys have followed the Intuitive Machines lander. If you, this is like that I don't know, NASA sponsored private company that landed their lander sideways on the moon. I've been like watching their live streams, and one of my favorite things to do is watch their live streams. And like you probably saw it in my search results here, and look at their stock, and just look at their stock in relation to what like the CEO is saying. And what you'll find is every time he goes, it's not perfect tech. It's our first time landing on the moon. The stock goes down. And you're just like, but that is so honest. Like, what do you expect them to say? Like, oh no, landing on the moon is easy. There's the wind just got in our eyes. Like, no, it's hard. That's why they're being paid to figure out how to do this. So there's legitimate problems to be solved here. And like, it's not going to be a first iteration success. But every time, without fail, he goes up there and he what was it? Intuitive Machines Sideways CEO. This image I have seen posted so many times on Reddit where they're like, I can't believe he went up there and he put the little figure like that. It hurt the stock. It's 4:30. Have to sleep. Don't want to leave, but have tons of stuff to do. Well, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good night or a good day, I guess, at this point for you because you're almost at daytime. But every time this gets posted, people are like, I can't believe he's admitting to this. I'm like, yeah, but this is what happened. We're going to find out. Like, he can't just sit there and wave it away. Then we're going to be upset that he's hiding information. At least he's going up there and he's showing us the diagram, what he thinks is happening. But of course, it's like the reactionaries that sit there and sell the stock as soon as they hear something that doesn't like match whatever their perfect vision is, that freak out about that. If you listen to the people at NASA, they're like, oh no, this seems like it was pretty good. I think we did a pretty good job here. This is like, I don't think they're spinning it. I think it's just like, it landed. I was expecting it to not land. I thought maybe it'd crash or something, or not even get there like the last one. So it's progress. But again, if you're honest and you say, I don't know, it tends to hurt your stock or not get you the publicity that you want, I guess. It's a little bit weird though. That's why like I try and keep my videos pretty grounded, where even if I understand or I know something, I try and be a little bit honest or maybe a little bit dishonest. I say like, I don't know. So I think it makes it more accessible and it makes people go, okay, well, I'm not alone here. And then maybe it encourages them to also just admit when they don't know something. Wow. You're trying to mold the world a little bit to be a less annoying place to listen to sometimes. In my astrophysics environment, I study black hole, and I have to admit that our knowledge about them is almost null. Yeah, I mean, there's it feels like every other week I see a headline that's like, this completely changes what we thought about X, Y, or Z in terms of like astrophysics. And it's like, yeah, it's because you're still learning a lot of it. You're making incremental progress. Like there's that one I saw the other day about like information preservation in like a black hole, so like the Hawking radiation, and they're like, oh, maybe information isn't destroyed. I'm like, yeah, well that checks out. But the headline was like, this proves everyone wrong, and it's unbelievable, and I can't believe people were wrong about this. And I was like, dude, there's what do you want from people? They're theorizing about stuff. God knows how far away. Of course, it's going to be a little bit hit and miss sometimes with the information. By the way, if you want to watch cool animation of Venus and Earth rotation, watch this. I made it 2 years ago. Ooh. Oh my God. He's got Python. We're also leaking the GitHub repo. Manim. Oh, you use Manim? I've been wanting to learn Manim. Okay, so let's see. Let's grab this and let's try and run it. CD code, and then we'll make dir Python, CD Python, git clone this. Always use Manim for my animations. Yeah, I've wanted to use it ever since I saw, I think it's, if you guys haven't seen it, I'm sure you have, but the Sebastian Logs videos, I think he uses something, he might use Manim for his, but really, really interesting videos. I like to describe them as like professional therapy. Every time I watch them, I get super inspired to go like make something cool. It's up high. it pip 3? Okay, hold on. How do I... Python 3 is the command, I think. Apparently not. Python pip. Oh, wait. Is this right? Python 3 pip. There it is. Okay. Okay. I'll try and install this and run it. Oh wait, is this? This should work, right? I don't know how this is going to play in the orbit of Venus and Earth is an irrational number, so for a pixel perfect animation, it'll never cross the same line twice. Interesting. Oops. Okay, so now we should be able to. Da-da-da. And this is also why I try and tell people to like branch out from Ruby sometimes, is just like go play with other languages and frameworks, and I don't know, you'll come across cool tools and stuff that you can actually play with if you understand more than just like gem install. Now that said, it also does tend to blow up sometimes, so. Failed to build. Not likely a problem with pip. Okay. Package config doesn't exist or doesn't seem to work. Oh, geez. Yeah. Okay, let's come over here. Oh, manmlib, that's why. Okay. Classic. Thank you, thank you. Oh, nope, it also doesn't like that. Requirement satisfied. Mexico 1. Permission denied. I mean, I'm not trying to use sudo though. Did I? I don't think I did. Oh. No, that should be fine. Let's see. Where is it? Okay, we'll try it like this. See if this works. It's always something. Let's try this. Config. Nope. I had this free university talk like 2 years ago. I missed doing those types of talks. Yeah, I bet that was fun. There's there's something fun about just sitting down and doing a lot of almost like the prep for it is, I don't know, it's very it feels therapeutic when I do it. I don't know how else to describe it. Okay, so that installed, and now let's try. Maybe this time it'll work. Okay. Now I only give talks about scaling shit software nobody uses. Perhaps you should add the directory containing Cairo PC to the pkg config path. Oh my god, it's always something, isn't it? Okay. Let's see. Please stand by. I promise we'll figure this out. Okay, there it is. Is this is the right version, I think. Yes. Okay. We go again, maybe. It's all cached. Oh, we made it past the Pi Cairo. Okay, we're making progress. Okay. Oh, let's come up here and man him. Oh. Oh my God. Really? Do I not? I should have this, right? I guess not. I thought I had this because I did some active storage stuff. Oh, I wonder if I ran it in like a container. Maybe that's why. Python is fun. Imagine using Django. I don't know. I'd like to play with it at some point. Play with Django just to see. My only experience with it was like messing around with like an admin panel. That's the only thing I remember about it. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Where is it? There it is. Name scene is not defined. Yes, I trust the authors. Thank you, VS Code. Okay, so I'm running Venus Dance. Okay, let me clean up some of these real quick. Give myself a bit more room. Tricks like that. Okay. Oh, did I mean scene? Where is this? Venus Dance.py line 8. What is this thing's problem? Might be a version issue. Oh, that's true. That could be it. I'll find which version I used already. I'll let it sit here then. Figure it out from there. Right, then yeah, we still have to go through this. I've made like no progress. Oh geez. Okay. So yeah, one of the things I wanted to do was mess around with Railway. So maybe we'll try this. We'll try this while Kamir tries to figure out what version. I'm gonna move this over here real quick and log in. I wonder if it's okay. You comply with copyright takedowns. I got bad news, guys. I can't deploy a crypto miner to Railway. Looks like it's over. Okay, so we can deploy from a GitHub repo, or we can use a template. Let's see what we got for Rails. We got a simple Rails app. Maybe we try the simple Rails app. We'll just see what this does for us. And I'm going to move this in here. Figure which accounts and orgs Railway has access to. Okay, and I have to do this. Please don't pay attention to the 2-digit code. No hacking. It's not allowed. There we go. Okay. Repository details. Oh, this is going to be what? Railway demo. Deploy. Okay, and that gives us a GitHub repo. Yet another one. Add it to the list. We now have, I don't even know how, 276, I guess. once that number updates. Okay, so this is the initial code. I'll paste it in so everyone can see. This is what it's creating for me out of the box. Let's see. I'm going to move this over here so we can peruse this while it sets stuff up. Everything here seems pretty standard. Let's come into the databases. So it's using Postgres, which makes sense. We see that right here. It's also got Redis set up for us. What I'm curious about here is how quickly this gets up and running. Maybe do this. Because right now, like setting it up myself with DigitalOcean, I can do pretty quickly with like Docker. But like the thing I like to compare it to is like how quickly can Kamal set something up? Assuming it works. Like assuming the first command works, it's usually like 15 minutes for me. 15 to 20 minutes. So like when we did the or when I did the for Sal app, that was like 8 minutes to get something up and running. I'll be really curious to see what this is. Okay, so let's do this. Let's install the Railway CLI. Connect to this project. Please log in with Railway login. Okay. So let me do this. Let me move this over here, and let me move this over here. See what it wants. Railway login. Open the browser. Browser list login. Okay, so now I have to click on this. Okay, so I have to give them credit. Like, surprisingly, they managed to handle WSL. So I'm now logged in through WSL without like running into an issue with like, oh, I can't open a GUI for you or anything like that, which is far more than I can say for other services. So already like Railway, they're pulling ahead of quite a few apps by doing that. And let's grab this. And then what command was I doing? Railway link. Is that it? Select a service. Oh, so I can link to any of these three. So maybe I'll link to the Rails one. I probably shouldn't be doing this here though, right? Let's CD out of here, CD into streams, and let's make dir Railway. Okay. Let me just do this again. Railway link. Link to this one. Okay, and now what do I do? Once your app is ready to use Railway up to deploy. Oh, so, okay, so git clone. Let's clone the repo. Wherever that is. GitHub/Railway demo. Code, copy, paste here. CD into Railway demo. Code dot. We'll close this. And we'll move this over. Okay, so that gives us this. Let's come in here and let's just do a scaffold. Post title, body, text. Oh, great. Your Ruby version is 3.02, but your gem file specified. And it's not running in Docker. Great, okay. Fantastic. Do I want to CH? Okay, CH Ruby. I only have 3.22. Okay. Where's 3.0 Ruby-V? Oh, it's using the system Ruby again. Okay, so what is it? CH Ruby. I will never remember this. CH Ruby install. Not this. CH Ruby install version. Okay, and then we want to not do this. Where's the GitHub page? Where's the CH Ruby GitHub page on this? I'd like the README. Okay, let's just go CH Ruby Git. Take me to show me your source code. Show me the source code. I need it. And then this should have like where is it? There was a page I was looking at where they said, here's how you do it. Here's how you install a Ruby version, Rubies. I need to install like a specific version. Also use Ruby install to install additional Rubies. Reinstall. Okay. chruby install specific version. Everyone goes, man, Dean, you should use chruby. It's so much easier than what you're doing. And yet here I am, acting a fool. First 2 lines, comments. I want latest, so and the Ruby install utility. So I do have to install the Ruby install utility. Okay, is this installed yet? It is not. Ruby install. Let's come over here and let's install this one. Where's the installation page? Okay, fantastic, super helpful. Let's see. I want to Ruby install, so I'm just gonna I'm gonna try to apt install, and we'll see. Apt install Ruby install. Oh, you guys didn't see that. Okay, so that's not working. I need to actually install this though, right? Is this it? Okay, it looks like this might be it. Let's try this. Okay, and then we'll do the tar. We'll cd into it. Make the install. Okay, Ruby install. Okay. And then we want to do, what was the version again? That we need? We need to, oh, of course. Dot Ruby version, where is it? 3.12. Okay, so now let's try Ruby install, and then we want to install Ruby 3.1.2, right? Like that. Okay, and now we just wait. Oh, right, but we're installing Ruby, so instead of just saying, and now we just wait a few seconds, we're going to be waiting for Lord knows how long. Okay. So, you guys come here often? Okay. While that's running, we should be good to play around. Does it change the version? Okay, so this one's still on 3.2. So we can just keep an eye on this one while the other one's running, I guess. Like bin/dev here and play around with this one and wait for this to finish. Okay, so what were we doing in here? Wait, what? The dots are back. Our little menus or our little copy buttons are back. Okay, I have changed literally nothing since last night in this application. So I don't know something must have been getting cached in like a weird way, and that's why it's still here. Why is this? This is so weird. Okay, well, I guess we can take that out of the README then. Oops, not that one. We have to go to the readme.md. Oh, wait, this is in Ruby install. Okay, I don't need, or in the Railway. I need in here. You can take the 3 dots, all caps, yelling at me. And that's compiling. We wanted to copy, so let's come into the profile show, I guess. We'll just play around with this while we do the other thing in the background. Because we can multitask. And then in here, this is video and image tag. Then we have the individual links, profile links. So we have to come into profile link probably. Profiles/link. Then this is our button. And then our button needs to be a link instead of just a button. Or no, this needs to be that copy button that we were talking about, right? So we need to grab the share button, I think we called it. So we want to do this on the other one. But we wanted it to be like data-clipboard-button target share. So I'm going to copy this whole thing. We're going to come back. We'll paste it in. And we'll go from there. Because what I want to do is, when I click the button, I want this on, I guess, this button maybe. And then we can do data is this on our button. And that should let us just share without having to do anything else. It's like, really, we can just copy this, put it on the button, all right, even on the div, right? Because this is an individual link. So if we put it on the div, oops, we'll put it over here like that. That gives us our copy button. No, we want to put it over here. Let's put it on the button. Let's be smart about this. We'll do this, which means we can get rid of that. And then we need the clipboard button target for the link. So let's come into the, what do we call this controller? Clipboard button. So we have these two targets. We need to call the share instead of the copy because we don't want to do all of the changing of the text this time. So we'll do a prevent default, grab the URL from this .url value, which means we have to put the URL value on there. Which in this case, we just do data like this on our button. So we'll say it's got a data controller and then it's going to have a data dash URL equal to URL like that. And then it's going to have a data dash action equal to click clipboard button share like that. I think. I don't know why this is upset. Clipboard button. Oh, clipboard. Clipboard button. Okay, something like that. That gets rid of these three and the rest of this. And then the only thing we have left is the actual target for the sharing, but we don't need that, right? And then we can come into here and we'll see what this does. Oh, that caused everything to break. Okay, so let's come back into here. We have the data controller, clipboard button. Clipboard button data dash URL is URL, data dash action is clipboard button share. And then we have the classes right here. Let's do a Control Shift R maybe. It doesn't like that. So let's undo this. Control Shift R again. That brings it back. So let's try to just remove these maybe. Like that. Save. Control Shift R. That gets rid of everything. So something in here breaks aside from these when we do this. That's kind of weird. Wait, if I do this, does it still break? Oh, it breaks for a different reason. Okay, so we'll save this. 3 dots are back. Okay. Maybe what we do, I think I see what we're going to do. So we're going to come in here. We're going to cut these. We'll cut these two, I think. And we'll just do a div. We'll try this around the button. See if this breaks it too. That does break it. Okay. Oh, wait, but we can put these in here. We can grab these. We'll toggle all of this so we can at least see. Yeah, so that still breaks it. And then we can get rid of this and this. And this should unbreak it again. But it doesn't. Even though nothing has changed here. Spacing maybe? No. What is happening? So if I cut these, shouldn't they come back? They don't. Okay, so maybe we'll undo to where we had all of this stuff like here. We'll get rid of this. Save. Refresh. Those come back. Paste in our divs. Try again. Still there. Okay. Then we wrap the button. Still there. Okay. We click. And then we paste. It gives us undefined. But it's not breaking anymore. So that's at least something. And then all we have to do is clean it up a little bit. Okay. Okay. I'll take that at this point. Please. Just anything. Okay. And then we come over here. It's still installing because Ruby takes ages to do that. So I'm going to hit Control-Shift-I, open up our console, close this, scroll down a bit. It's going to be upset for the missing target element link. Okay, so it comes in here. It's looking for, it should have the URL at least. We're not doing copy. So we say this.url value. We do clipboard write URL, then we don't do anything else. Okay. We'll come back here. Clipboard button share. Oh, this dot link target. We don't want link target. We want this dot element as the URL. So we'll say this dot element, which is the thing that controller is attached to. It gives us a URL, and then we click this. And we paste, and it gives us literally the text URL, which is, that's definitely different than what it should have done. So we'll see what's happening here. Oh, it looks like YouTube just renewed a bunch of memberships. Holy, it's like spamming my console. I don't know if it's renewing everyone. That's a little weird. Okay, so we have this. And then we have our URL. Let's do a console.log for this URL. We'll click the button, click, and it just console logs out the text URL. Because our URL is this and it's not whatever the link URL is. So this needs to be link.url. Like that. And then if we click this, that gives us our actual link. And now that is in my clipboard. Now, if you click these buttons, you at least get a copy. You don't get the weird pop-up you get in Linktree, but I would argue that's for the best because that's not fun UX. Okay, and now we have Ruby 3.1 point whatever here. So now we can come back to the other one. If you thought context switching at work because of a meeting was bad, wait until you see how I develop sometimes. Okay, so we have that. We're in the Ruby install, so I can now chruby to see a list of Rubies that we have installed. We still only have 3.2, so there's got to be something else that I have to do after I do the Ruby install. Okay. chruby dash whatever. We do Ruby install. After install, close and reopen the terminal. Okay, so let me copy this so we can come back into here, and then I'll close this. I'll try opening it again. Ruby-v, chruby. Okay, I think that's the version we need, right? Yes, it is. Yeah, use a Manim version, which is not compatible with the newer version. I'll migrate the code. Alrighty, sounds like a plan. Everything to avoid work. That's terrible. Oh, geez. Okay, let me cd out of here now. And then I'm going to, well, let me see. chruby gives us two versions. So I'm actually going to rm-rf this Ruby install. So we don't have it in here. Like that. Wait, is there another one in here? Yeah, get rid of the tar. Okay. And now I want to Rails G scaffold host title body text. We'll give ourselves something. Oh, we have to do bundle install to install everything. Okay. Alrighty. Make sure everything's working. I'm doing this. Okay. That's good. And then we can Rails G scaffold post. That worked. Let's do a bin/dev real quick. Oh, a Rails S. Sorry, this is different. And we're running our server. So let's stop this server and start this server. We could also run this one on a different port, but that's not really important. Let's come over to localhost port 3000. Oh, we don't have Postgres installed. Okay, so I'm not going to go through and install Postgres on my local machine for this. That seems like way too much work. So instead, we're going to figure out how to now push this up to here. So let's figure that out. So this tells us project setup is done. Now, how do I project deploy? Help. View documentation. Oh, maybe I just push it up to the GitHub repo. Git add dot. Oh, wait, let me actually come into our routes as well. Excuse me. Come into the routes and we'll set the root to be the post controller index action. And then we'll do a git add dot, git commit -m, init commit, git push. And let's come over to Railway and see if that does something. Okay, so yeah, you push it up to the repo, like the main branch or whatever, and then that causes this to run again. And then presumably that'll cause this to redeploy. My question is, this all seems fine. So that's the architecture. This is the observability. This is fine, but how do I get to the actual site? Oh, here we go. I think. Maybe we have to wait for it to be done. Okay. I don't know. This is all learning for me, so I don't really know what I'm doing. Oh man, it was like 70 degrees outside yesterday, and now we're back down to 25 and snowing. It's ridiculous. Like yesterday, I had my window open while streaming because it was getting so warm in here. And today, the window's closed and the heat's on, and I'm still cold. I don't get it. Can't make up its mind out there. Okay, and then I'll come in here, over here somehow. Edit stream. There we go. Railway deploy. Like this. There we go. Something like that. We'll come over here to the preview again. Okay, so my first observation is this is taking about as long as it usually does with Kamal. It's all so slow. Okay, let's sit over here. Let me close this real quick. And then I'm going to close some of this stuff too. And then I'm going to wait while this runs. I'm going to come back over to the Linktree thing. We're going to mess with the project a bit more because this is going to take a minute to get there. So we'll bounce back and forth a bit. But so far the Railway thing seems pretty reasonable. In terms of like deploying it, the UI seems pretty good. The The CLI seems pretty good. I don't know how the billing is going to work based on like usage or whatever. So that's something to, this is something we probably won't be able to answer like now. It'll probably be something where I have to like ask more people to see like what their opinions are. But as far as I can tell, it seems the billing seems reasonable. The fact that it's usage based. Okay, we have this working. So let's come into our README. Let's clean up the copy links with a button. And then the rest of this stuff is kind of like thoughts on Railway versus Fly versus Contabo. So I used Fly.io, say a year or two ago. Fly at the time needed some work with the CLI. My understanding is now it's a lot better, but it was still pretty easy to like set up. Railway seems to be in the similar boat in terms of being pretty easy to set up now, which is really nice. So like getting this app up and running took maybe 5 minutes of going through like account creation, and I clicked a button and then it made a GitHub repo for me. And I came into my terminal, I set that up, and it also works in WSL, which is really nice. So I was able to recognize, hey, I can't open a GUI. So instead of opening a GUI, I'm going to give you a link. You click on the link, and that's how you log in. And all of that's handled, and they got that working in Fly.io as well. So there it seems pretty reasonable. The hard part is always like after you do that, how hard is it to then hook up to that project? And right now, this seems pretty intuitive. You just push to your repo. It almost works like Heroku did, where you push to the repository and then it just magically updates itself. In terms of that versus Contabo, assuming I'm pronouncing that right, because that's what we were looking at yesterday, right? For Contabo, the prices here seem really good for stronger, or I guess better equipment. There is like an initial setup fee in addition to this, which is what I was looking at. So like if I go to this one, the $550 a month, it's $550, but then there's also a one-time setup fee. And also because I want it on Central, because that's the best latency for me, then it becomes $645. So it's technically like $12, but then it's going to be $645 a month. But that gets you 4 cores and 6 gigs of RAM with 100 or 400 gigs of storage, which is wild compared to anything else. But I'm assuming this probably doesn't come with as good of a setup as like Railway, where a lot of the hand holding happens for you. So there's going to be some trade-offs there. But right now, the Railway CLI seems incredibly intuitive, which is really nice, because that's always like the hard part is, you know, getting off of just clicking a button up here. This is actually 6 minutes. So this was faster than Kamal was, because actually this was a update, right? So for updates, I want to say Kamal is like 3 minutes on average. This is slower than the Kamal stuff. So yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see over time if what I think of it. But I think right now, for price, you're probably gonna have a hard time beating Contabo for a higher end system. If you just need something up and running, probably Railway. But all of that doesn't take into account the fact that I haven't used Fly.io in like 2 years. So it's not really like a fair comparison right now of like what exists. So the trade-off is hand-holding. Like, I don't want to call it that, but that's kind of what it seems like. Because here, if I'm spinning this up, even if I come down here, it's like my solutions are Ubuntu, using a custom image or like a Windows server or like cPanel. I can grab like an OS, I can grab some apps, but you'll see like nothing here is Rails. So there's like a Docker setup, I guess. And then we're not going to talk about this last tab. But that's pretty much it. As opposed to like Railway, all I did was I said, I want a new project. And then I picked the Rails template. And then I made a GitHub repo. And then I cloned that repo. And then I was connected. So now when I push code up to that repo, this automatically updates. So I don't have to go through and like set up all the Rails service stuff and make sure the system's working and the security. All of that's handled with like Railway. And it's also handled by Fly.io, as opposed to probably something like this where they're like, look, you're already getting something super cheap. It's a bare metal machine. Figure the rest out yourself. But that's also like, that's kind of how I use DigitalOcean, right? Like I spin up a server and then I use like Kamal or I use Docker to do a lot of the stuff for me so I don't have to set it up. But like I still prefer to just have access to the whole server like that out of the box where I can do whatever I want to with it within reason. Contabo, you have to do everything yourself. Okay, so yeah, that makes sense. And again, for that price, like that makes sense because it like $5 a month for 6 gigs of RAM, 4 cores. That's wild. They give you the VM and then you're on your own. Yeah. So like it really depends on what you want to do with it. In my case, if I wanted, like we're talking about like a Minecraft server, probably use Contabo for that. If I'm doing like a Linktree course, probably use like, maybe even just use Contabo for that. I guess it depends, like $5 a month. Or no, I'd probably use like Hetzner, right? Because this is another option, but they have, what was it? This is the one everyone's talking about with like Kamal is Hetzner, but they have like, where is it? Come over here. Prices. You don't want dedicated. We'll use, I don't know, we'll use one of these. So like here. So it's really going to depend on what you want. Now this one is available in the US as well. So maybe you go with this one instead, but it's really going to depend. But now if I come over here, it looks like you're lost. I'm not lost. Let's see if we can actually go to this now. How do I do that? Here? Make sure it is a valid host name. Okay, so this apparently doesn't seem to actually work out of the box, which is interesting. The only thing I did was I pushed up a scaffold. Why is... It's so weird that that requires additional configurations to work. Do we have this open in VS Code? We do. Environments production. .hosts. It's so strange. Does Rails have some allow domains config? Maybe. Yeah, it's weird that this wouldn't work out of the box. I don't know. Git add dot git commit dash m update host git push. Unless there's like another config file I'm missing, but we have like the proc file. Nothing special there. README. Use connect to your app with Railway link, run bundle install, run db migrate, run bin/rails, Rails db migrate. But I don't want to set up the Postgres. Okay. I guess we see if that does anything. That's so weird. So yeah, not off to a good start here, but what are you going to do? Let me think. Let me come over here. Let me just make sure that I did this right with the config hosts. Rails app requires config.hosts. Where do you put this? Okay. Yeah, no, it seems like something where maybe when you generate the app, it should probably just put this into the file. But maybe they think like maybe you don't want to have that by default. But it's weird because you would think if you were running or if you're using a template, you're not expecting it to not be connected to the internet initially, like that. I would expect that to be like you opt out of it being publicly accessible instead of opting into it. But I guess we'll see if this fixes it. I don't know. It just you come over to fly.io. Let me sign in. We'll take a look at it. Did I sign in with Google or with GitHub? I don't remember. Hold on, I'm just checking before I move it over to make sure I'm on the right one. Yeah, this seems like the right account. So let's come over here. Let's launch an app. Launch the file, run the following command for your project root directory, and we'll do the rest. Okay. Let's take a look at this. Create new app. So this is less hand holding. But it does require you to actually read, which is where some people will struggle with like going through and setting up their apps. Now that said, this is probably going to be a lot more helpful if you're trying to host an existing app than something like this. Because here, like this isn't going to work. So you're going to have to like manually go through and figure out how to set it up. So that's where like, it's a little bit different. Whenever you use those templates, it's good if you're coming out of it with like, you don't have an app yet and you just want to like start from scratch. But if you're trying to deploy something that already exists, you're probably going to run into the same problems across all of them. And at that point, you might as well just use something where like you pay less for the base machine and you just deploy properly. Now it makes sense what you're saying. Yeah, so like here, it looks like this is just a template. Or this is just a template. This one is like, it's assuming creating a new app, but if I have an existing app, then I'd probably start from here and run all these commands. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see how this one works, and we'll try fly.io as well. And then again, all of that is just like the difference between that and Kamal is just you add the gem, you set up your config, and then assuming it works, which it never does, but assuming it works, you just then run Kamal redeploy and you're done. And all this is just in our application here, we have an environment file with two environment variables. One is for your Docker Hub and one is your master key from Rails, which is right here. And then the other thing is just this deploy.yaml, which is this config. And this is pretty standard. So you can pretty much just copy and paste this between projects, change your IP, and maybe change your domain name, and you're done. But again, this is like, it's not going to hold your hand. So like for me, this took 8 hours to figure out what these 35 lines needed to be. Okay. Still good. Let me do that. Okay. And then this one, like I said, usually doesn't work because it's reasons. So I'd have to, let me see, ruby-v 3.2. Builder, Docker buildx plugin is not installed locally. Okay, I don't even know what that means. So again, case in point, Kamal, if it works, it would be as easy as just running one command. Now it never just works is what you'll learn when you try and use it. All right, now I'm gonna clear the console before I get bullied for using it again. Okay, and then this should be done now, assuming this is like a consistent runtime. Which again, I only changed one config file, so I would expect this to run pretty quickly. So we'll see. Okay, it looks like that works. So let's go over to details, or let's click on this. There we go. Okay, and then I click on this. Okay. Huh. Okay. Let me look at what the host stuff requires. So that was this. config.hosts. What would it be? Like Railway, I guess. So a Railway server, add config hosts, your host name to development and production. Is it literally just reading from a Reddit post? Is that where we're at now? Config.host your name to development and production. Okay, but what? Isn't that what I just did? I swear that's what I just did. Let me come into the code again. Production.rb, config.hosts, rails-production-7873.up.railway.app, right? Like that's, is there a way to restart the server now? Is that what I have to do? Maybe it didn't restart when that change went in. Okay, let's come in here, settings, networking, builder, deploy, health check path. What's wrong with Heroku? Why did many devs leave them? Seemed like they were the golden child. I think a lot of people left after Heroku got rid of their free tier, and they didn't consider the fact that everyone else also wouldn't have a free tier after that. At least that's my theory. But then again, like if you do something like that where it's that disruptive, you are probably going to lose a lot of trust in like your client base. So maybe that's another factor, is like, you know, they've already done that to me once. Maybe they'll do it again and they'll just continue to crank up the prices. But like the whole thing behind Fly.io, the reason why I covered it in the first place was because a lot of people were like, oh, they got rid of the free tier, Heroku's over party. So they wanted like alternatives. Everyone kept, it was like every day I get 10, 20 comments from people that were like, what's a Heroku alternative? And I was like, okay, sure, I'll look into it. Free tiers are so trash, it only makes the paid plan more expensive. Yeah, because they gotta make that money back somewhere. You're either calling it a loss leader or you're just saying like, we'll just crank up the price of the other tiers. Okay, so maybe I have to look up like Railway Restart app or something. The Railway dashboard, select your project. In your web deployment, select the current one, and in the 3 dots menu on the right, select Restart. Okay. Select app, 3 dots, restart. So we'll restart your container. Okay. Application failed to respond. You expect that. And we're back here. It says it's running in production. Maybe I also want to add it to development just in case it's in development as well, but where to add config.hosts? Like I know it doesn't matter, but I really don't know right now. Config.hosts in Rails 7. Yeah, domain name. Config.host the local host. Never able to actually, okay, fantastic. No longer supports underscores in host. Oh, it's just got hyphens, so that's fine. So strange. Let me add it to dev and we'll see. Development.rb. Paste it in here, save this, git add dot, commit -m, update dev.rb, git push. And then we'll see if this fixes it. Okay. Ah, jeez. This is the part where you I don't know, you go grab a coffee or you go do something else. Or more likely, you watch the video and the guy is like edits out this part. And then you go, wow, that whole deploy only took 8 minutes. But then there's like 16 minutes behind it where there's just content that got cut. You're just sitting there waiting for this stuff to actually load. right, I will be right back. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. So I'm gonna play some music and then go use the bathroom while this runs. Here we go. I have a BRB screen now, I think. Yeah, let's go. Okay, I'll be right back. Alrighty. Take care of this. Okay, so yeah, I don't know what's up. Well, I don't know what's up with this. We'll have to figure out why Railway is being so weird. I don't know. Railway deployed or Railway Rails templates host error. Manim has changed a lot. Well, and that's when I went to learn Manim for the Sebastian log like type videos, because I thought it'd be cool to do that for some projects. I was pretty much told it's really hard to learn. Stay away. Oh, wait, it's not template, it's host error. Oh, where is it? Rails blocked host error with Docker. Okay. Okay. Let me look if there's like something in the actual Railway docs, but I somehow doubt it. Help. Docs. Deploys, maybe? They have something. Is there a search? Okay. Rails. Okay, all of this stuff is it's just their name. That's not helpful. Okay. We'll wait for this, and then if this doesn't work, we'll try restarting it, but I don't know. There's probably a setting. Let me look at this. I wonder if there's like a setting in here that's different from what it's what the default normally is. But let me also come into the repo. Let me see. Let me come over here. Let me go to GitHub and Railway demo, I think is what we called it. Oops, Railway. Is this it? Railway demo? App? Or no, not app. I want to come into config, environments, production.rb. Yeah, the host is in here. Okay, so this is actually running in dev. It's not running in production. Is that what I'm learning here? How do I change that? Well, I guess, wait, we can check, right? Let's do this. Let me do a Rails G controller, pages home, like that. Let me come into the routes. Let's make this route the pages controller and the home action. And then we can come into the pages home. And then we can do, what is it? Well, let's do this. Let's say P, you're running in Rails env mode, like that. And then let's do a git add dot, git commit dash m, add env check. I'm pretty sure this is running in dev though. So how do we switch it to production? Settings. Let's see. Main. Way up. Build. Custom build command. Deploy. Replicas. Okay. That starts this off, but let me see. Is there, maybe there's something in here we can look at that tells us if it's running in one or the other. Railway, Rails app run in production. Okay. Rails console is not supported on Railway. Okay. %76% success on recent deploys. Interesting. I guess let's just wait and see what it does. I'm not going to bother trying to figure out how to run it in production if it's already running in it, but I really feel like it's running in dev, so we'll see. Let's come back over to here. bin/dev. And then I'm going to start doing the analytics stuff. We're going to move over here. We're going to start doing the charts and stuff real quick. So we're going to be doing like the click tracker, which device you looked at, if it's mobile or desktop, and then views per day, I think was the other one. So let me come over to github.com/dnout/tailwind demo, I think is what I called it. Tailwind_demo. Okay, let me just come over here. Or not Tailwind demo, it'd be Linktree demo. And we pulled into the main branch with this, I think, right? Last week. That seems to make sense. And then we'll say, we have to install the gems. I'm going to say gem install ahoy. Railway 8-hour stream. Oh no. If there's another one of these that turns into an 8-hour, like at some point, I'm going to lose credibility. They can't all become 8-hour streams. I'll never hear the end of it. Ruby-v. Oh, I don't want a gem install. I want to bundle add ahoy. And what was the other one? I think there's another analytics thing in here we need. Apex charts and group date. Okay, so let's come into our gem file. We have ahoy. We need to do gem Apex charts. And we have to do gem group date. Like that. Run a bundle command. Ruby LSP couldn't connect. Restarting failed. Not create make files due to reasons. Okay, what I'm going to do is pwd. Copy, close, and we're just going to restart the terminal. I'm assuming it's upset because of all of the like random Ruby install stuff that I did. Maybe, I don't know. Oh, nope, it's still upset. Okay. Unable to find DNSSD header. Okay, what Ruby version did I use here? This was 3.2 and I'm on 3.2. Let me see. Let's get rid of the ahoy like that. That's not the version we were on, right? Yeah, this was, oh, I see. I see what I'm doing. It's ahoy matey. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be ahoy matey? Okay, we'll try that. There we go. Okay, and then we can do a bin. Actually, we can't do a bin slash dev. We have to like import map that stuff. Okay, so this is up and running now. Let's come over here. You're running in development mode. Yeah, so Railway by default is running in dev. It's not running in production when you create one of these templates. Which is weird because I always associate like it being on the server and just like running it. I've never put an app on the server and then run it in development from there. I wonder why they do it like that. So I guess Railway Rails config or something. And you'd have to go through and configure it. It seems like a big point of confusion too. People who say stuff like this is, it's so unnecessarily like condescending. You're not aware of a way to do this. How about you just say like, okay, well, let's try to run this and like try to be productive. Oh boy. Okay. Anyways, I'm not gonna get into that. Yeah. So I guess we have to look at the Railway docs. I'm trying to avoid it, but I guess we got to do it. So let's come in here and let's figure out how to configure one of these. Config maybe. Oh wait, actually, if I'm not mistaken, if this comes with a Docker file, so to come into streams and then cd into Railway code dot, because I think, no, it's still open. So if we come in here and there's a Docker file, there's no Docker file. Where are they putting it? Isn't this running in Docker? Isn't that what I saw? Huh. Okay. Never mind. Come back over here. Build configuration, maybe? Railway uses Nix packs to build your code. Can we set the environment variable maybe over here? If we come into deploy logs, no. Let's close this. Settings or variables maybe? Is there a Rails env variable? PG port, PG host, data, user, and Redis stuff. How to run Railway Rails app in production. Okay. Okay, I guess I have to specifically search for Railway. I'll be honest, at this point, I've already like checked out. I'm already a little bit inconvenienced by this, so I'm like, what? Why? Deploying via Railway. Thank God there's a... Oh, it's medium. Please don't paywall me. Please don't do that to me in my hour of need. Okay. Set the file. Set the config host. That makes sense. Trigger a build. Docker build failed. So this is using this one's using Docker. Don't forget to utilize your ChatGPT. This is such a real article. This is a person who actually gets stuff done. Okay, but how do you get to... This seems like it's also just running in development. Navigate and change the production setting point to the remote database. Side production and development.rb. Okay, but like here's my problem, because like this isn't the first place. This is the second or third place we've seen this where they've suggested changing the config host to or in production and development. Why are we changing it in development? Like we're still going to be running this locally. So does this even matter? Why not just change it in production? Railway up. Navigate to the settings of the app and choose create domain to get the link to your app. After successful deployment, you can link from the dashboard and we print it. Same link used in your environment's config. Okay, but where's the set Rails env equal production option? Deployments. I'm so confused. Expects. Is there some kind of config in here? I guess, do we just change this to run in production here? Maybe we have to like change the proc file. Okay, let me see. Let me see how. Maybe like a Railway proc file or something. Okay. So let's try this. Say web. Oh wait, web colon. Rake db migrate. Rails underscore env equal production. Rails b 0.0.0.0. Now does this shouldn't still need to run on port 3000, but maybe we continue to run it on port 3000. And we just see. But changing this to production is going to break some other stuff, right? I mean, let's at least try it. Git add dot, git commit. Oops, am I not? Oh, cd railway demo. Git add dot, git commit dash m. Change to production in proc file. Git push. Okay. And then we come over here. I shouldn't have closed that because I still need it for the Linktree stuff. Let's do this. Close that. So this should now, most likely this will fail. But it'll fail to run. It won't fail to build, I think. So it'll probably fail after like four minutes or something. So we'll come over here and we'll just do some more Apex chart stuff. I have to come into the package.json here and I have to find out what we added for this. For all these analytics. Ahoy.js was one. And here, because we're using import maps, we have to bin/import map. Oops, this is the wrong place. We have to bin/import map. Increase the font size a bit. Pin ahoy.js. I think that's it, right? We'll run that. Yeah, I'm not seeing any Apex chart stuff. Okay. It's still going. And then I need to come over to not Apex charts. I have to come over here to the Linktree demo, app, models, and then on the link, I think we had a bunch of stuff. So I'm going to do a bin/dev right here. And then I'm going to full screen this so we have a bit more like real estate here. And then let me come into the analytics branch in case I didn't PR it in. So we'll say app, views, links, or no, app, models, link.rb. Okay, so yeah, this is fine then. Come back over to main. Oops, main. And then we'll minimize this for now. Just check on it. Make sure it's still working. It is app. Models. Or controllers, I guess. And then this would be the admin controllers where we did all this stuff, right? Yeah, so all of these analytics came from the current user. So we'll come into user.rb. And we did all this stuff. Okay, so we have to say the user has many visits and has many links was one thing we did. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to minimize all this. And then we're going to come into user.rb. And we'll try to add these analytics real quick. So this is below the content. Has many visits, has many links. Dependent destroy. We can get rid of the links. We have the rest of the stuff. We still have to do the themes at some point. So we have the visits. Then we come into we come down here where we have these methods, which are public. So we have daily profile views and daily link clicks. And then we have the device views, I guess, which we found a fancier way of doing it. That look at how much it reduced this by. So we'll save this, and then we come into our admin controller somewhere. Controllers, admin controller. And then in here, we really just need to grab these in the analytics page like this. And then we do the device views by type, which was a bit more involved. And we can always clean this up later. And then we can come into the views, admin, analytics, and we just have to throw this stuff in. Which is the nice thing, the fact that we did this last time, and yeah, we're moving it over to Tailwind from Bootstrap, but like all of this stuff is already like built for us by us, so we can just shamelessly use our own code here. And the only thing we really have to worry about here is this Apex Charts CDN. So we're just grabbing that. Okay, so this gives us our analytics. We create a mix chart with a theme, which is just what color theme we want. We give it a y-axis where we set it to use the nice scale. Tell it to be stacked true, which is just because we want the one on top of the other for our total views and our link clicks. And we have our device views right here. And then if we run this, we'll come in here. Oh, we have to do the Ahoy store, which is in our config. So what was it? Config initializers. So I think we have to go to Ahoy matey gem. Scroll down. Yeah, we have to do the ahoy install real quick. So let's stop this. Rails G ahoy install. Then we can do our Rails DB migrate, which just sets all of that up for us. Because having to think is way too much for us. And then we should be good to go. Come over here and refresh. Okay, and now we run into the no class issue. Okay, which is if we copy this, yeah, that's giving us something empty, which makes sense. So let's come over to localhost port 3000. Oops, and then we'll go to analytics, still empty. We'll go to /Dean because we're gonna have to test this. Oh, I forgot. I have the thing in the toolbar. Okay, anyways, we have that, and then we can come in here, click on one of the links, takes us to the link, which should create something in here. But I think we have to tell it to do the tracking. So we have to come back over to here, or back over to here, and then come into wherever our actual profile links are. Okay, so let's full screen this. Let's check on Railway. It says it's up and running, so let's come over here and refresh. And the application is now failing to respond because we're trying to run in production, but the production is going to work, of course, because we just changed it to run in production, but it hasn't updated any of the environment variables or like any of the other settings that we would have to do to run this actually in production. So let me look at the logs and let me see what it's upset about. So we get the error here. Missing secret key base for production environment. So yeah, this is where we have to like go through and set this all up again. So let's pop back over to here. And then we'll open it up in VS Code. We'll say Rails _env equal production. I think we can do it like this, right? Or no, we just have to do Rails credentials edit. We don't have to do specifics. So we'll say editor equals code dot space dash dash wait. Rails credentials :edit. I'll open this up in VS Code. Couldn't decrypt the credentials.yaml. Config. I have the master key, so I have to get that from here, I'm assuming. So let me look at the environment variables. Over here. Settings. I hate to say it, maybe you're right. Maybe this is going to turn into an 8-hour railway stream. Okay. Railway service, project ID. I'm not even seeing this secret key here. Okay, you know what? Let's just try it one more time. That's not going to work. So credentials YAML encrypted. And it's gone. You guys saw nothing. And then we're going to go ahead and close this. That'll save it in there. And now we're good. And then we'll just literally push it up again. Git add dot, git commit -m, change to production, git push, and then we're just going to start pushing over and over and over again until we get this up and running. Okay, and then we can come over here and we can play with this. And there are some set steps that you need to do each time when you're deploying. So like, I'm pretty sure I know what we're going to run into while we do this, but I try to approach it the way that I would expect other people to if they don't know what they're doing, which is just, go one after another, and that's how we're going to do it. It's like an iterative solution, iterative problem solving, I guess. I don't know. Okay, and let me see, because I got a thing from, is it here? No. Start a poll? No. Okay, I guess it's not up yet. Never mind. We'll save that for a different day. Okay, let me open this up real quick. Being tagged and stuff on Discord. There we go. Okay. So we're going to come in here and we're going to take a look at the other Linktree app while this is running. So we're going to do a bit of multitasking. Okay, so this runs, and then we need to come into our different models and just make sure everything's set up. We have our Ahoy models somewhere. Models Ahoy, that's fine. Did we change anything in here last time? I don't remember. Event.rb, this seems the same. And then visit.rb, we didn't change those, that's fine. Close that. Then we have we really only have our link and our user here, which is fine. Our link is pretty much empty. Here it has a bunch of stuff because we set up all the turbo because we don't want to refresh the page, right? And then in user, all of this is set up. So maybe what we have to do is like seed the database and see if that causes it to work. So let's try that. Let's come into our DB seeds and we'll do our initial seeding and setup of our database so that we can do this each time, which is also a good idea because I'm sick and tired of doing this stuff manually. So come in here to DB seeds, and then we'll just grab what we did last time, which was open URI and then grab it. Oh, I say we. This is also the PR we got, which includes like user avatars and stuff and the themes. So I can't grab that stuff. We want to, okay, grab this right here, the Ahoy stuff. So we have Ahoy event destroy all. We create the fake class because we have to do a whole bunch of ridiculous stuff to get this working. And then we create all of our events. So we'll just copy all of this in here, save it, and then we'll do a Rails DB seed. And that should create a bunch of Ahoy stuff for us, assuming everything works. But it won't because we don't have Faker. So we have to do we have to come into our gem file and add Faker. We'll add it to dev and test. We'll say gem Faker bundle Rails DB :seed. Okay, that's creating all of our events. And now we'll do a bin/dev. And we'll see what that does for us. So that gets our charts working. Now there is like an asterisk there with working because it clearly doesn't work if we don't have any events. So there is some error handling we have to do there. You can only see that we have something like this. So we have our different devices, which I think might also need to be styled because this is not readable. Which makes sense because in the other one we had like a dark mode and a light mode. So we probably want to just put the dark mode and the light mode in, and that'll cause this toggle to work better. But at least we have the charts back, so we can pretend that we did something today. Okay, and then I'll come over here and let me open up this again. Make sure this is up and running. Okay, let's come into our Linktree demo. Like another minute or so before we can check on our deploy again. And then I want to come into app. I want to say views, layouts, application.html.erb. Okay, so this was, we were using the Bootstrap dark theme here, I think. So we probably can't do that now. So we'd have to see if there's like a Tailwind dark mode that we can use. Okay, so that's done. Let's come over here and refresh. Still broke did. So let's come in here. And let's check on it again. We'll say this one crashed. It's upset. Why did it crash? Let's look at the logs. Come in here. Missing secret key base for production environment. Set this in here. That's from right now, right? It's from 55. So that's is that old? Looks like that's old. Let's try to restart. Wait, what? It's up now? Hold on. View logs. No, it's still broke. Validate secret key base is broken. Okay, whatever. One sec. Pretzel delivery. Okay. So we have this. I thought we did this, right? If we come over here, we do a Rails credentials, whatever again, and we switch. It doesn't even matter if we switch. We can open it up in either VS Code. But I thought we have the secret key base right here, right? So why is this one upset now? Is there a way to clear logs so we can check if this is actually what's causing it to be upset here? Line wrapper, log explorer. Restart policy on failure. 10 max retries. Metrics. It's definitely down, that's for sure. Okay. This is, I don't want to write it off yet, but this is a little bit annoying. Okay. Let's see. Restart maybe? So restart your container. Yeah, sure. Just restart the whole thing. And then let's look at the logs for it and see. 2003. So this is definitely right now. It's still upset about the secret key base. And now it's trying again. And then I think, does it try 10 times each time? Yes. So it's just going to keep trying until it fails completely. Fails production secret key base. Why is this not upset? Or why is this upset for encrypted credentials? Maybe we have to change how it's running. Oh, it can't. I'm dumb. It can't access it, right? This master key. So we need to figure out how to set this in the environment variable so they can actually access this master key. Because like we have the credential in our encrypted credentials, but we don't have a way for Railway to go into our encrypted credentials because it doesn't have this master key. Okay, so how do we set that? Railway docs, I guess. Maybe? Help. Okay, and then we'll come in here and we'll search for, I don't know, encrypted credentials. Nope. And then there's still nothing here. I think this is where like it's the Rails image probably isn't, or this template, maybe it's different than what they're doing. So maybe we just start from scratch and we try to deploy something that we make ourselves is a better way to do this, as opposed to making their template work for us. Step-by-step guides. Quick start. Do you guys have a quick start for the Rails template? Master key Railway Rails app. Maybe would it work if I put it in Railway itself? Maybe let's try that. Okay, so let's open this up. Let's grab this. And then let's come over here. It's looking for secret key base. Secret key base, and then we'll paste this in. Add. And restart. And then logs. I mean, I don't think this is going to work. It's still going to be upset because it can't get in there. Okay. Yeah, so it's still upset about that. Okay. Okay. The annoying thing is because it's called railway, it makes it so much harder to like search for stuff for it because you run into all this like Rails terminology because it's just overlapping. Let's see. Deploy first app railway. Okay. Play an app with Kamal. Nope, already been there. I don't hate myself that much. We've done that enough. Deploy to DigitalOcean because you're a smarter person than I am. Railway Marketplace. Play an app in minutes. Does this template have like any type of as I said tools? Postgres. Run an app. Run command with railway run. I need like a railway. Is there like a... See, the problem is I don't even know what you would do with this because I've only ever used the encrypted credential like master key here. I don't know. I'm sure there's an environment variable I could set. Let's go over here. Let's see. Is there Rails set environment variable for master key? Something like that. Rails master key works for master.key. Okay, so maybe we have to set this then. But what environment variables will Rails check for production? Okay, I see. Okay, so Rails underscore master underscore key, all caps. Come in here. This one, edit. No, we just want to delete this now. So we want the actual master key in here. So let's come into our master key. Let's copy this. And let's come into here. New variable. Rails underscore env underscore, what was it? Rails master underscore key. Okay, Rails master underscore key. Like that. Add. Did that work? Add. Okay. Deployments, and then we'll restart. Restart. Okay. Oh. Missing secret key. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's going to spin out of control. All right, at this point, I would just say, like, go spin up a Kamal, or go spin up a DigitalOcean droplet and use Kamal. If you're going to sit there and try and, like, brute force solve this problem, you might as well just use, like, something that's going to be a default with Rails soon. This is getting fun. Yeah, fun is one word for it. I'm about to start, like, stress eating my pretzel. Okay. One variable changed. Okay, so I have to actually press deploy after changing the environment variable to make this work. Do fly? Yeah, we'll try fly after this. I'm hoping that maybe this will work here. We'll see. And then we'll try fly again. Because I remember with fly, this step was a lot easier. This was documented a lot better. But then this also just looks like it's just a template. It doesn't look like it's something actually from Railway, so maybe that's part of it, where their documentation doesn't cover this. But then I don't know, like if you recommend this, are you then like, or if you use this, are you then like beholden to the template and hoping the template gets updated? So again, I think here it'd be better to just do it from scratch. Maybe set up like a I don't know if you can Kamal deploy to Railway. That'd be fun. Maybe we try to like combine the two and just create like a true monstrosity. Okay. So that's running. Let's come over here. And we wanted to see if there's like a Tailwind dark mode or something. Okay. All dark mode is a first-class feature. Many operating systems become more and more common to create dark mode. Tailwind includes a dark variant that lets you style your site differently when dark mode is enabled. Okay, so it's just dark colon, I guess. Dark mode enabled, dark. Okay. So I guess we can try that too. Let's come over there. And we're gonna come into app, or no, we want to come into layouts, app layout. Here. And then we want this to have a class equal to dark. Something like that. We can, is it still running? It is, okay. Over here. So it looks like that's what they do. Class dark, dark mode enabled, and then will be black right here. This needs to be dark colon everywhere else, right? So just like that. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. That's a dark mode right there. Okay. So yeah, then we'd have to go through and change everything. We also want to change this color, so we want it to be like not quite this extreme. I think this was fine. Where was it? BG Slate 800. Like this. Something like that as a dark mode, and then we just have to go through and change all the font. And then we also have to do it for the nav bar, which means we have to actually style the nav bar, which is going to be a whole thing on its own. Okay. All right. So we're going to come in here, close this, close this. We want to come over to analytics because the whole reason I did this was because the analytics looked weird. So now this is proper because it's white text, but we also need to just change it based on the color that it is. So instead of doing all this, we can save this for when we have the themes. So let's do this. We'll get rid of this for now. Or I guess we can just leave this as light, right? Maybe. BG-white, something like that. Does that work? BG white. We have dark mode and light mode. Will be white. Oh, it can't have a class. Like that? I don't. Okay. Give it a second. This is definitely in the right app. So let's get rid of the whole class then, and let's see if that causes it to change. Okay, that does. So the dark mode. Oh, I bet it's because it's like it's my system dark mode, right? Is that how it's determining this? Yeah, prefers color scheme. I bet that's why. Okay. So let's just get rid of this for now. And then let's come over to analytics. And then let's, okay, first of all, we also need to make sure, like when we refresh that actually works. Okay, it says it's up. Okay, so now we're running in production. So that's what we had to do. We had to grab our secret key and we had to come into our environment variables and we had to set the Rails master key in the environment variables right here. So let me think how involved the setup is. So you create it from the template. You then have to go into the proc file to change the run command to use Rails environment production. And then you want to come into your master key, which you don't have, I think, because you can't, yeah, it didn't clone with the master key, I think. So the master key wasn't in the environment variable. So then you have to delete the master key, start over, or delete your encrypted credentials, generate a new master key, then take that master key and put it in here. And then you're good, which isn't actually that much. I bet you could get all of this done in under 10 minutes to have this app up and running. But it's definitely not 10 minutes if you don't know that those steps are the steps you have to take. Okay. So I'm going to bite the bullet. I'm going to wipe this app and we're going to start over. And we're going to start a timer just because that's funny. Okay, let's come over to here. And let's come over to GitHub and we're going to delete that repo. We're going to start over from scratch. So first I need to delete this one. Delete project, yes. Type icky dolls to confirm. Okay. And now we're going to subject Railway to the same thing we subject DigitalOcean to, which is me creating a bunch of apps all the time and driving them probably crazy. So I'll put the timer right here. I'll start this. Actually, I won't start this because I have to delete the repo first. Okay. In here, settings. And we'll scroll down to the bottom. Delete, delete, delete. Railway _ demo. By the way, finish the Python script. Tell me when you're done. Okay. Oh, whoops. dno/. Okay. Give me like 5 minutes and we should be good. Okay. I'm assuming you're at railwayapp.new. We'll start the timer. We're going to create a Rails app. Use the Rails template. I'm going to deploy this to Railway _ demo. Deploy. Okay. And then we're going to have to figure out how to link it again. I don't remember how to do that. Come over here. We're going to cd out of here and rm-rf the Railway demo stuff. Close all of this. Okay. This is now deploying. Then we want to come in here and run, what was it? Like, well, first let's clone it. So let's come over here to what this repo is. And this is Railway demo again. Railway demo. Code, copy, git, clone this. CD into there. Okay. This is now up and running. So now we come into here and we do a editor equals whatever. Tells us, hey, you need a new, or now you have a new master key. Couldn't decrypt this. So let's come into config. This right here, and let's delete this in credentials file, delete permanently. Yes, and now we're going to run it again. That's going to generate it for us, right? We're going to close it. I actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know if, I guess the step might be required because we need a different master key. And we're going to copy this, and then I'm going to run a Rails G controller, pages home, create a home page, and then a Rails G scaffold post, title, body, text, like that. We're going to come into the routes. We're going to say this has a root of the pages controller, home action. And then we'll come into the app, views, pages, home. And we'll say you're running in rails dot env mode again, like that. Save this. Routes are set up. Now we have to come into the proc file and we have to say this is running in web rake db migrate bin slash whatever is it. It was rails env production bin slash that b0.0.0.0 dash p port 3000, right? And then get rid of this. Just make sure that's good. Git status, git add dot, git commit dash m, I don't know, init commit. Okay, and then we can say git push. That pushes it up, and now we have to come over here. We have to come into the variables. Close this. Click on this. Variables, new variable. Paste this in, and then this was, what was it? It was Rails master key. I don't remember. Okay, hold on. Rails master key. Okay, Rails _ master _ key. Add it. Hit deploy. That applies the change, which causes it to restart. And now it's going to initialize. So from this point on, it's just however long it takes, which means it's probably going to be around 8 minutes, even if it's a full deploy, which is about what we took with Vercel. But with Vercel, it was press the button and wait. Here it was do a bunch of stuff first. Okay, I am good for the Python script, whenever you are. We'll just let the timer sit here while we watch it. It's not like I'm actually doing a speed run right now. But we'll at least let it run and then see how long it takes overall. Okay. So yeah, I think I can probably do a Railway tutorial off of this. Probably be pretty quick too, which is nice. This is the new Manum docs. Installing Manum. This looks similar to like the live split page. Pip3 install Manum. Okay. I don't know. Do I have all these? I did not. So we'll try this. Already have pip. We already did Python stuff or Manum stuff, right? And we got like a lot of different projects running today. This is fun. I like having like multiple things going because it gives you something to do in between downtime for everything. And then we'll do Fly after this, or Fly IO. And we'll try and deploy the same app so that we have like a point of reference for how long each thing takes. But again, for Fly, it's probably going to be more like debugging to figure it out because I haven't used it in like a year or two. Okay. And then I think... Yeah, okay, so Manum's all set up. So all we really needed then is the new script, I guess, and then we should be good to go. It'd be nice if we could find a way to reduce this deploy time because like across everything, it seems like this is about the average time for Rails apps to start up. I'm assuming it's probably the... a lot of it's the Docker stuff. This is... It is kind of wild, though, the fact that this is like a 5-minute restart for changing one environment variable. Okay, here we go. We got a new thing. Okay, so it's still... It's the... the main branch. So am I good to just run like a manum command or something? Oops. Is that only the first deploy? Does it stay that high on subsequent deploys? You didn't push. Sounds about right. I don't know. So it seems like if you're doing a deploy that changes something, it seems like it's consistently 5 minutes here. With Kamal, the Rails gem, it's about 3 minutes, I want to say. But again, that's assuming it's working. With Kamal, you never really know. Okay, done. All right. So what we'll do is we'll do this, and then I'll like push something else up, like some arbitrary change. Maybe we'll change the header on the homepage, and then we'll see how long that takes to deploy. But I'm assuming it's probably going to be 5 minutes again. So let me do a git pull. We can at least pull this down now. There we go. Oh my God. Okay, there we go. And then I have to actually like test it to make sure it's working, right? Okay. View logs. Used Hatchbox recently, and I think it was a pretty short time. Yeah, I'm assuming what Chris's team sets up with Hatchbox is probably going to be better than what these solutions are. Okay, so this is running in production. We can stop it now. So it was like 8 minutes, 45 seconds to deploy there. What's interesting is I didn't have to, I'm thinking about it now. We didn't change the production environment, did we? So I come into config environments production. I didn't add that host block. So I think it only needed that host block because it was in development. And now that we're running it in production, we don't need that. So I guess that's a good thing, maybe. But that's one of the downsides of it running in development by default, is that we need to add that to the host block. But okay, let me try running this now. What? So that's weird. Here we go. Okay. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do this. The manum official package is deprecated. Of course it is. Okay, Linux. Okay, I already installed these. Already have that. Already have manum, right? Let me see, code dot. Am I running? Venus Pi, and we're running Venus, oh, Planet Dance. I wonder if that's why. Oh, a module named planets, trying to import planets from planets. Okay. It seems convinced. Command is in the README. Oh, I see. Reading is hard though. There we go. Nope. No module named planets. Oh, wait, is this? This is running manum lib. It works on my machine. Okay. Well, wait, what if we take the planets object from the file and paste it in the main file? Okay. This is videos. There are no scenes inside that module. Nope. Tutorials and guides. Oh, I did it again. Planet dance dot no Venus dance.py dance.py and then it's planet dance. Venus dance.py planet dance videos. Planet dance, like that. This is, I can almost guarantee this is like some weird WSL thing. Okay. Yeah, I'm uploading the video to YouTube. Yeah, that's... I don't know what's happening. Well, again, like... Whatever I just set up, there's a good chance that I have something set up incorrectly. Let's see. So we did Railway. Oh, wait, we wanted to check with Railway. I forgot. We wanted to check how long it takes to redeploy. So I'm going to start the timer. Come in here to the Railway, and we'll just say Railway updated. Updated. And then we'll do a git push again. So I'll say git add dot, git commit dash m, update homepage, git push. And we'll see. I mean, it's only like 20 seconds, so. I'm assuming it'll be that plus like 5 minutes here. And I'm going to look at the logs while this runs so we can see what's wrong. Oh, is it downloading the whole Ruby 3.1.2 again? I mean, I have to imagine this is what's taking up a lot of the time, right? Like this is not something you want to be doing multiple times. But yeah, so let's leave this running. I'll scroll down to the bottom. And then we'll come over to fly.io was the next one we wanted to try. So we'll say fly.io. And we'll try to run this. So I'll come over to dashboard. We don't have any apps yet. We'll click launch app. We'll launch a Rails app, which takes us through this. So what I'm going to do then is run. We need the fly CLI, which means I have to come in and set that up. So for more details, check out the fly launch documentation. Install fly CTL, you'll need it. Okay. Let's CD out a Railway. We'll say, where are we? Make dir fly IO. CD fly IO. Rails new. What are we going to say? I don't know. Like Rails new demo dash C Tailwind, I guess. We'll use Tailwind for this. Oh. chruby ruby dash 3.2.2 Rails new. Okay. And we'll run this, I guess, and see what happens. Yeah, it's still stuck on the Ruby thing. So I think it's just running this over and over again and installing Ruby each time. Which I don't know why it would be doing that, because even if you build like a Docker image, that'd be a lot faster. Yeah, because those 3 minutes of the 5 minutes right here was just on this installing Ruby step, I think. So there's probably a way for them to optimize this a bit. But I don't know if this is like a Railway thing or if this is just a template image thing from whoever made it. CD demo. We do a bin/dev real quick. Oh, whoops! I forgot to stop. I forgot to stop the Linktree app, and then we'll do a bin/demo or bin/dev. Sorry. Come over here. Localhost 3000. This is working. Let's stop the server. Rails G scaffold host title body text. I was away for dinner. Does your app use a Docker file, or is Railway figuring out your dependencies for you? So it's whatever their template is for that, which is not a Docker file. It looks like it's just a Rails app, and it's figuring out the dependencies based on that, which is nice. But and it does come with like Postgres and Redis. But I think this would probably be faster if they used a Docker image instead. Because this is like not great. And we can stop the timer. So yeah, it's about 4 minutes, 4 minutes, 10 seconds, 4 minutes, 20. So it's like 90 seconds faster. I think you can use a Docker file with their service. Yeah, so that might be what to do then, is not use the Rails. Maybe don't use the Rails template. Instead, just use this to build from a Docker file instead. I wonder if that would make it faster. Especially with like Rails 7.1 using Docker files by default or coming with them, it might make more sense to go this route. The only downside is you'd be missing out on like the Redis and the Postgres, but you could set that up yourself too. Okay, so let's, what is it? Let's delete this one. Wait, what? Deploy? Oh, wait, I see. Never mind. Let's come into settings. Danger, delete. Copy this. There we go. Okay. So that seems fine. And then we want to come over to the fly IO. And I'm going to drag this over here now, because now this can be like a primary thing we look at. All right. I'm going to close the timer for now. So first things first, we want to grab this right here, right? Copy, run this. If you already have an account, sign in. Okay. Microsoft WSL users may need to run the following command, which creates a symbolic link that allows the browser to open. Okay, so they actually added something specifically for this. Go ahead and try that. Fly auth login. Okay. Manually added the directory to your bash profile. Oh, manually add it to, okay. Oops, bash RC. Where do I put this? I guess we just keep it here. Fly IO stuff. And we'll paste this in. Okay. And then we'll, let's do this. Safest way to make sure it updates without any of the weird WSL stuff that always happens to me when I do this. And then let's fly auth login. Okay. have to actually source it. I don't know. Fly. Let's see now. Oh, and I'm also not doing this in ZSH, so I'm probably going to get a comment from someone who's like, how do I do this in ZSH? Whatever. Well, and that's something else I have to add when we do the Rails stuff, is like the difference between ZSH and everything else. Fantastic. Okay. Oh, copy the URL into your browser. Oops. There we go. Continue. Connected. Close. Okay. What's happening here? Oh, wait, I already had ZSH, right? Oh, I see. Okay, I understand what's happening. So what we want to do then is where is it? I'm gonna come in here. Just realizing I don't know any of the hotkeys for Nano. I don't know why I always use this. I just assume like it's the most accessible thing if people are watching it. So I'm always scared to like open up Vim and then have someone go, I got stuck and my family hasn't seen me in 3 years. But I don't know. Okay. So that's that. And then now we should be able to use fly commands, right? Okay. So that's step one. Right, and now we can do the app, which is here. All right, here we go. Wait, hold on. Let me full screen this. Oh, that's so cool. See, this is the kind of thing I'd really like to learn how to do for the videos. But everyone always tells me, like, just avoid Manim at all costs. Because every time I see this, I think of like, those dots are the Venus, or the Sun, Venus, and Earth. Gotcha. Every time I see this, I think of like 3 blue, 1 brown, or I think of like the Sebastian Log videos where he does all these Unity animations with like the cool little vaporwave looking stuff. There's also something just oddly satisfying about the patterns that draw on the screen over time when you watch something like this. It's almost like its own little art style when you do that. Every 0.1 seconds, it creates a straight line between Venus and Earth. Gotcha. Okay, so that is, it makes a flower with 5 petals. Yeah, that makes sense. That is, where is it? Let's look at the actual code that does that. Let me actually. Oops. There we go. Okay. So you get that animation from 158 lines here. And then you have the dance, which is 48. And you got the full thing right here. Full.py. Yeah. Which when you consider it, like it's running in its own app and all that, or its own window, that's pretty cool though. Yeah, this is definitely something I want to learn how to do, because I think this would really help like the quality of the videos. Yeah, it's a cool animation. It is weird that they're also going through something similar to like the Discord bot that we were talking about, where it's like it's been fractured into two different libraries for some reason. Oops. Come over here. 8/13 is the ratio of Venus and Earth orbits. So that's where the irrational number comes from. And then I have to come back over here. We don't want the railway one. We want the fly one. Okay, let's come over here. Config. Routes. Set the... Oh, wait, did I do a home page? I did not. Okay, so we'll set it to post index. That makes sense. 813 is a good approximation. Actually, it is 255 by 365, but it's too big to animate. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so at this point, you can just launch, you can just use fly launch and follow the wizard. We're not going to use a database or Redis yet, but say yes to setting to both in order to prepare. Okay, so let's try fly launch. Also 13 minus 8 equals 5. That's the number of the petals. Oh, I see. That's interesting. I don't think I would have connected that. That's where that number comes from. Okay, so name, region. This is the fastest region for use. That's based, okay. Or based on like where it's checking from. Postgres. Redis. Okay, so do you want to tweak these settings? Yes. Failed to open browser. Classic. So we'll open this. App name is demo. Personal, yes. Port 3000, sure. Let's do Redis. Confirm. Demo DB is already taken. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Isn't that what it wants? You're the one that put that there. Okay. Could we do like development? I don't understand what it wants here. Like development dash DB. I don't know. What do we call this? Like fly rails prod DB. Fly rails prod. There we go. Okay. Is DB name. Okay, confirm settings. Demos. Oh my God. Okay, fly rails prod. Confirm settings. Okay. Well, let's see how long this takes and how many times we have to redo it, because we're probably going to have to redo it at least once. This is definitely better than the last time I used Fly. It's just a little bit annoying that you still have to add like the stuff to your bash profile still. The app is prepared for deployment. Before proceeding, please review the posted Rails FAQ. Once ready, run fly deploy. And that's what they wanted us to do here, I think. Fly launch. Choose a name for your application. Allow one to be assigned for you. Okay, fly deploy. Now we wait for this to run. The familiar blue text of something that's working. So yeah, I'm assuming this one will have faster subsequent deploys than Railway did. Alrighty. Yeah, because here we're not even like, we're not pulling that Ruby image and dealing with all that. So that's already saving us a bunch of time. But again, that's not really a reflection of Railway. It's more so just like the template we used didn't use Docker. I think now it's probably faster to use Docker. Okay, here we go. So we ran into our first problem. Failed running bundle install. Exit code 5. In gem file PG. I'm assuming it needs the PG gem and probably Redis, I'm assuming. In, oh, here, unable to find Postgres client library. Okay, so this is because of the Docker file, right? So we would have to add the PG stuff right here. So let's come in here to apt update. We need this to build the gem. So we add libpq here. And then I guess let's just try another fly deploy. Let's see if this gets us further. I don't know. Hopefully a lot of this stuff is cached, but I'm assuming we're going to run into a little bit of duplicate stuff here. Yeah, because I haven't really like played around with configuring the Docker file for Postgres versus SQLite. Usually this is stuff where I just copy and paste it out of one of my repos. But we'll get this working again, and then we'll do another timer just to see what the difference is. And then at that point, hopefully I know enough to be able to like give a bit of a more informed opinion in a video. Okay, so the bundle install finished. Okay, and now we're pushing the image. Okay. Provisioning. Rails prod release. Waiting for it to start. I'm assuming we're almost done now. Release command failed. Okay, so what happened here? Cannot open shared object file. Gems PG1. No config space access found. libpq5. Okay. What we'll do, cd into code, say code streams, cd rails, or wait, no, we should be fine here, right? Cd fly IO. So that's our demo. I'm going to do a Rails new dash D, or Rails new, I don't know, Postgres demo. We'll say dash D Postgres dash C Tailwind. We're going to generate this. Ruby dash 3.2.2. We're going to generate this, and we're just going to yoink the Docker file. What is this thing's problem? Oh, PostgreSQL. There we go. We'll just yoink the Docker file, and we'll put it into this one. And then hopefully that causes it to work. Because I'm assuming I have something in here set up wrong if I'm using Postgres. But then I'm also assuming that Rails is going to actually like generate the proper Docker file here and not just generate the same one each time. So I guess we'll see. This is one of those, you just do trial and error until you figure it out type of things. Docker file, F11. libpqdev. So this is definitely setting up for Postgres. And I'm assuming this right here is probably what I'm missing. So I'm going to go ahead and close this. Paste it in here like that. And then we'll come over here and we'll do another fly deploy. And then this is going to take a minute, but hopefully it's a little bit faster. I'm getting emails from Railway now telling me that my deployment failed, which I know I just deleted it. Okay. Oh, man. And the best part about doing all this when you're like making these videos is the entire time you're racking up fees and like hosting while you're testing all this stuff. So you're just sitting there, like when we were doing the Kamal stuff, you're just watching that little number in the top of DigitalOcean just keep ticking up. And then if it takes like multiple days and you don't want to stop and restart, you end up just having it sit there and like tick away while you're sleeping too. Which it's not a lot, but it is something where when you think about it, you're like, wow, that was such a waste. But that's the nature of trying to figure out how to make this stuff work. So yeah, I'm thinking we do Railway, we'll do Fly.io. We can do like a bare metal one, so maybe we just do DigitalOcean again. Because like at that point it doesn't matter, it's just a Linux server, so we can do those three. I don't know if there's another one that people would want to see aside from these two, like beside Fly.io or Railway. If there's another Heroku on a stick that you can use. I guess if you have any requests, put them in chat now. Render, that's a good one. Okay. That's that. Yep. What is it? Like render.io, I think. Because that I see that one quite a bit. Render hosting. Raspberry Pi. Don't tempt me. I don't have a Raspberry Pi, but I have a where is it? I have an Arduino somewhere. Maybe we can put like Rails on an Arduino. Where is it? Hold on. Oh, I got it. Okay, I have to unplug it. Maybe. Oh. Come on. Unplug. There we go. Okay. So we could try to put Rails on this. See if that works any better. Okay. Yeah, so render. Do it. I somehow doubt it would work. At least I don't think it's that simple. Okay, so this actually worked. So, well, okay, let me click on new post. Test, case, create. Yeah, okay. So we have this. Now let's see if I open up, what is it? Live split. We'll like change something on the homepage, I guess, on posts or something. We'll change this. So we'll come in here, post index. As a post, we'll say, I don't know, front page of the internet. I'm sure I've seen that somewhere. And then we'll do another, do we just fly deploy again? I guess because we like changed the Docker file and that caused it to rebuild, right? This does feel a lot faster than Railway though. Especially now because everything's cached. Oh. The other thing I want to check here is to make sure that the database is still working when we do this. Because if we don't have persistence, then there's not much point, right? Although it is funny that the posts keep appearing and disappearing. Oh, there we go. So there's front page of the internet. And our posts are still here. No, that's a new post. Hi, chat. Okay, so I wonder if there is no persistence, although we set up the DB on their end, but we never like set it up on our end, right? Oh, it's gone again. It's there again. It's gone again. Every time I refresh, it disappears a new way. When do you use SQLite or Postgres in production? I guess it depends on probably depends on what you want. There's people that use SQLite in production, and I think like if it works for you, it works for you. And then there's other people that would like absolutely scoff at the idea of using SQLite in production. I've used it for production before. For like a small app. I don't know, like scale wise, the only point of reference I have for SQLite is like what I did at work, which was not a web serving type thing. It was more like, locally running, but it was trusted enough for that. So countless databases embedded everywhere. I see. But there has been a lot of there's been a lot of positive stuff around SQLite lately. So I guess they're probably trying to move towards maybe having a better reputation there. So yeah, I don't know. I wish I could say more, but that's all I really got. Okay, so now we got to figure out persistence, right? Because this is not saving our stuff each time. Fly apps open. Adding turbo. I mean, I'd rather have a database that continues to work. I mean, I can mount a volume, but didn't we set up like a DB for this? Fly.io. Oh, I can stop this too. Yeah, it's a lot faster than Railway. I know that. Okay, so we have this. We have our host name. Do we have a volume? Do we need a volume? And then we also made a DB, right? Okay. So this one is Silent Snow. And then we have Floral Wildflower. Okay, what is this one? Machine logs? App. Okay, so how do we hook this up? Why did we make a Postgres database? And where is it actually, now that I'm thinking about it? We have this one app. Machines? Withered. 17 minutes, 4 minutes ago. So there's definitely two here. Okay. We have the Redis, right? Upstash Redis database is flyrailsprod-redis. Okay, and then it's not LightFS. I swear, I thought we made a Postgres database. Did we not do that? Am I hallucinating making the DB? 'Cause I'm pretty sure we did that. Okay. Let's come into config. Oh, this has a dockerfile.yaml. Okay, but if this has a dockerfile.yaml, that means it modified what's on the system, right? Which means we should have a db.yaml, which is SQLite. So it must not have done this, but didn't we have flyrails prod as the DB name? Apps, flyrails prod, sorry. Hostname. Yeah, this is this one. So where is it on the same machine? There has to be a DB if it's storing posts. Yeah, but here it's doing SQLite. So I think this is inside of the Docker file. And then because we don't have a volume, it's being blown away. But I thought I set up a Postgres database while I was setting it up. Okay, this one's down. So is this must be the old one maybe, and then this is the new one? Fly process app. Secrets. Yeah, there's only a Rails and a Redis. So it must not have created the Fly.io is not only faster, but also more confusing. Yeah, that's what it feels like. Okay, so maybe okay, hold on. Because I came in here, I was reading this, right? And it said provision Rails and Postgres servers. So I went through Fly launch, and we're not going to use a database or Redis yet, but say yes to setting up both, which I thought I did. Please review the posted Rails FAQ. Getting started Docker files. Right. Docker file generator. I didn't even realize there was a Rails Docker file generator. I guess it makes sense. I just thought it was like, I don't know, just something they threw in to generate stuff on create. In build speeds. Okay, that didn't really answer the question. So maybe what we'll do is let's come in here. Let's delete this and let's just restart and let's select. I'm going to make sure I'm selecting the Postgres stuff this time. Because like to be fair, Railway had Postgres up and running and like that was persistent. So I guess I shouldn't call this equivalent until I have that working. Okay, so we create a new Rails app. So I'm going to CD out of here. rm-rf demo. I'm going to say Rails new. And I'm going to switch this to demo, but I'm going to leave it like this so that we have Postgres in here. We have Tailwind off the start. Yeah, that should be fine. We'll run this. Oh my God. Is it Ruby-3.2.2? I had this set to a default before. I don't know what happened between like yesterday and today, but probably broke something. Let me move this stuff. Okay. All right. So we don't need that. We can close that. We don't need this. And then we just want to generate this stuff again. CD demo, Rails G scaffold. And we'll generate the same scaffold. Okay. Let's come into our app. Views, posts, index. Seems fine. So let's come in here and let's do a fly. Is it fly deploy? Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Fly deploy. config for your app is missing. I have to do like fly init or something. Let me see. Fly launch, that's what it is. Okay, detected a Rails app. Creating an app in /code/stream/flyio/demo. Do you want to tweak these settings? So Postgres is set right here. Redis is not. Yes, I want to tweak these settings. We click this. It opens in browser. Okay. Can I do this? It can't be blank. So it said I could just let this do whatever I needed to. So I'm going to call this fly Rails prod. That. And then I'm going to call this one fly Rails prod -db. And we're going to do upstash for Redis. That seems reasonable. That seems like a good setup. We definitely have Postgres right here. Fly Rails prod -db. Confirm settings. Launch settings confirmed. Feel free to close this tab. So we'll close that. We'll see about this working. And we can come over here and refresh. Now we have a Postgres thing. So I wonder what happened last time. Because I swear we did this. We followed those. I mean, we didn't name the things the same thing, but I thought we did the exact same thing. Okay, whatever. And what was the other one we said? Didn't you use the same name for the server as the DB? So the two you were seeing, one was DB. Oh, maybe that's what it was. So they both be fly Rails. Yeah, that's probably what I did. That would be my bad. Okay, let's look at renders pricing. $0 per month. 500 pipeline minutes, 100 gigs free bandwidth. Manage Postgres. Okay. Teams. Plus compute costs. What's the compute cost? Okay, but what's the actual pricing here? $7 a month. $7 a month plus whatever else. Okay. And then Postgres would be $7 a month, but it's free for the first 90 days. Okay. And then we run fly deploy. We'll see about this. And then we'll do the same thing. We'll come in, we'll create a post, and then we'll change something, redeploy, and see if the database, the stuff in the database persists. If it does, then we know we've set it up correctly. And if it doesn't, then we can, I don't know, go cry in a corner or something. Okay, so let me get started. Go make an account. Google. Or no, I'll use GitHub because that seems like the easiest. Create an account. Apparently my account already exists. Solid start when I don't know that. Okay. Let's put this over here. Dashboard. New. Web service, I guess. Deploying existing imagery from a registry. Pull a public image from any registry. Or we can do this. Okay. Connect to GitHub. I mean, we could probably just like stress test this. We could just pick this one. Branch main, branch users. Okay. Runtime is Docker. Okay, and then this is now up, I guess. Okay. So it was not happy about this. FlyIO was not happy. Okay. Let's come in here and then let's look at our console. Okay. It says it's healthy. Well, this one doesn't exist anymore, actually. Right? Okay. So how do I look at the logs for Rails specifically now? Fly apps open. Fly SSH console can be used to SSH into your VM. Can be used to open a Rails console. Okay, so can I do this? Okay. Oh, right, because it's going to be logging to, I guess it's Docker again. Oh, my God. Why? Why is this my life? Okay. So that's got to be going somewhere. Where are these logs being printed to? Okay. Y'all got any like errors in here or something that I can use? Let's go to the overview in a different tab and then come into here. If I do that, does that cause anything in here to show up? No. This is ORD. Okay. And then let's switch to the other one. Refresh. It's all just health controller stuff. Oh my God. Let me do it had the Rails C in here. This one. Let's run this. That. Oh, I wonder if I didn't set the root. So maybe if I go to /post/index. Nope. Okay. It's just actually upset. Okay. So let me come into, I guess, well, let me come back into the routes that I just closed. I shouldn't have closed that. If we come in here, let's set the root to be the post controller index action. That makes sense. That way we can go to the posts homepage. And then let's come into the Docker file. Oh no, this is running in production. So let's come into environments production. Logged std out by default. I think we could also do this to debug, I guess. It's just weird that this isn't doing anything. That's a new demo project you did. There should be scaffolds. We have the posts because I think I did it like as soon as we made it. Let me see, fly deploy. Let's just try it like this with the Rails log set to a lower level, and maybe that'll let us get something. Which you can also modify. Okay, so that's the fly.toml. Release command. Health is /up, which makes sense because that's like a new thing they added. So you can go to /up to see what it's doing. And then let me just make sure. Database.yaml. Production. Database name is demo under prod. Demo database password. So this still isn't working. Tokens. Settings. Oh wait, secrets maybe. Rails master key, database URL. Okay, let's see. Because they mention in here that we're not doing anything with the database yet. Which makes it sound like they're going to cover it later. So I wonder if there's a later section for this. In order to prepare for the next step in this guide. Not setting it, we're not going to use those yet. Is there a Postgres section here? Basics deployments. Okay. Fly logs. Okay. There we go. Okay. So now if we, because that was a different deploy, right? So let me do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, create post, back to post, and then let's come in here. And then let me do front page of the internet. Stop this, fly deploy this. We'll see. Okay, so what did I do wrong here? I was at the wrong route. I was at post/index instead of /post. I'm willing to bet this worked. I'm just an idiot. I think we started by trying to go to the root. We didn't have the root set up. So then I went to /post/index, which doesn't exist because I have to go to /post. So there's a good chance this was working the whole time. I just had a brain fart. Which is nothing against Fly. That's just me being inept. Deploying Rails is so sad. Well, a lot of this is just like, it's clearly just me, right? Like that was clearly just a me problem. Fly seems way better than Railway. Yeah, I mean this was a lot easier to get up and running, that's for sure. And there we go. So we do have persistence. The database survived that. So this is definitely another option here. The only thing here that I would say could still use work is the fact that the initial setup requires me to like pop into the ZSH file and like edit it for the fly commands to work. But aside from that, this was definitely a lot easier to set up. But again, this is going from like, I started on my machine and then I go from my machine and I deploy it. And I'm always going to be a little bit more comfortable doing that than by going to service and using like a template. I don't know. But that could also be something where like it's unfair of me to say Railway did it this way because I chose to use one of their templates. I haven't tried Hatchbox yet, but I wonder if it's easier using that plus something like DigitalOcean. Yeah, I don't know. At some point I want to try Hatchbox. Because I hear a lot of positive things about it, where it seems like it's a lot easier to get up and running. So we'll see. Okay, I'm going to delete these now because we have these working. Overview. And then the only other thing I have to do before I set all this up for the videos is like get the pricing down so that I can tell people how much I think the stuff costs. Okay, apps. And we'll delete this as well. Okay. All right, so that's Fly.io. I didn't time it, but it felt so much faster that like I don't think we need to time it there to see which one's faster. Okay, and then for this one, I don't want to do this. Instead I'm going to do is I'm going to cd out of here. Make dir render. We'll just say render, cd render, and Rails new. Let me see what they do. I'm going to just stick with Tailwind for this one. Oh. All right. While that runs, chruby set default Ruby again. Once you've loaded chruby and your shell, you can set default, simply call chruby function. Did I not do this? Okay, so I'll just go through and do it again later. Because I swear I did that already. Okay, come in here, close this. Rails G scaffold, post, title, body, text. Rails DB migrate. And then I'm going to come over to GitHub, create a new repo, and we'll deploy this from render because it lets me pull from a GitHub repo. So we'll just say that here, render demo. Git add dot, git commit dash m, and then commit. Copy, paste, enter, refresh. Okay. Then we can come over here. Web service. Build and deploy from Git. Railway demo. Or no, not Railway. We need render. Render demo. Connect. Oh, and actually while I do this, routes. This is for Linktree code. I want to set the root real quick so that we don't have that problem again. Okay. There we go. Update root. Git push like that. Okay. Render demo is the unique name. Region is west. Don't really care. Branch is main. Source or root directory is just the root. Running on Docker. Free instances spin down after periods. They don't support SSH access scaling. That's fine. Environment variables. We need that, like, what was it? Rails master key again. Rails master key. So we need Rails underscore master underscore key. And then we need to put that in. Or we need to put this one in here. So this is in Master key. We'll grab this, paste this in. I think that's it. And then we can click create. And we'll see what this does. Okay. Oh, this is going to turn into like a 30-minute long video. Although now I'm wondering to myself, do I make it a 30-minute long video, or do I make multiple videos on deploying to all these different services and just call it like Rails 1 for this place? Deploys with Rails, update your app for render. Rails assets precompile. Okay, swapping SQLite to Postgres. Render.yaml. Okay. I gotta go. Happy coding, guys. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Okay. Where is it? Render? Right here? And then let me move this over here. Keep reading through this. Okay. So yeah, maybe we like generate this and then, or we create this and then we can fiddle around with it. Only paid instances can do this. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, maybe I just do multiple smaller videos is the better way to do it. Or I do both. Maybe I do a big video and then a bunch of smaller videos. And in the big video, I say, here's a comparison. If you want like a dedicated tutorial, just go watch that. Render reliability seems kind of low. Results. 99.89. Yeah, that's might actually just grab this and throw it in there because this has fly, railway, and render. So I think it makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna like make a note of this to myself. I'm just gonna go over the open status as well. Go over this when doing what is this? Deploy tutorials, I guess. Okay. This one's also taking its sweet time here. You're running SQLite in production. I don't care. Your service is live. I care about that. Okay. Where, how go here? New post. Test case, create post, back, refresh, see if we have persistence. So we'll come into app, views, posts, index, p tag, front page of the internet, save it, git add dot, git commit dash m, update front page, git push. Come over here and see if this automatically detects that there's been a new thing. Deploy latest commit. Okay, so let's do that. Then we'll see. I'm assuming the SQLite will not persist here. At least not out of the box. So we'll have to go through and change that too. So I think it's set up in the Docker container without a volume. So I have to like add a volume to it. Okay. What am I going to do? Deploying. This was actually pretty fast. It seems like from a speed perspective, I would probably say it goes like, or from like a deploy speed perspective, I'd say it's like fly, then render, then railway. Reliability, it seems like it's fly, then railway, then render. Assuming this deploying step doesn't take 4 minutes. That's something I don't know. We very well could just be sitting here for 4 minutes. Which is actually what seems to be happening right now. Is this thing okay? Your service is live. Jeez. Okay, so yeah, there's no persistence. So just do it like here. Create a volume for the database, sure. Rails/DB. Is there anything else? No, I think we're good. And then get that, git commit. I don't know. Persist me, please. Git push. Come over to render again. Love how the title still says Railway Deploy Testing. Although, to be fair, the YouTube title still says Linktree clone, which we got like one thing done today on that, but that's okay. Manual deploy latest commit. Okay, so that'll deploy the persist me, please, and we'll see if this works. Okay, let me see. I'll move this over here real quick, and we'll say Docker file volume for SQLite Rails, just to make sure I did this right. Where's the volume? Workdir? No. Okay. I wish it would give me more logs, just something to see here so I can see that it's doing something. Like, I understand it's spinning, but give me something. Oh wait, I did this. I probably want to change this, right? Like the let me see. Come over to, where is it? Here. What can I buy with my viewpoints? That's a good question. They wanted so for me to enable it, I think they wanted like an image with the viewpoints, the channel points or whatever it's called. And then I got distracted by trying to make a emote, which I think actually on YouTube, the emote worked. One I was trying to do, maybe. Or not. Hide emotes. Yeah. That works. Did it work on Twitch? It did not. So it's still not live there. It's still under review there. Okay, let's come over here. Let's refresh. Okay, so now we have this volume. Let me case. Can I buy a hot tub or a pool stream with my channel points? Yeah, I'll get right on that. Let me I'll like Photoshop a hot tub and put it in front of my webcam so it looks like I'm in a hot tub. Okay. I don't know, I don't think I did this right. This doesn't look right. Where is it? Oh wait, this is a Linktree demo. What am I doing? Okay. Let me see. Grab this. with a volume. Okay. Over here. You specify the volume you wish to use for persistence. Okay, so that's just going to be the Docker run command. So we're going to try this and we're going to see if this works. I don't know. We'll come in here and we'll... what do we do? We got to add something here. I don't know. Div class equal... I don't know. Actually, we can just change the color, right? We'll just come in here. BG dash black. Sure, why not? Text white, sure. That get add dot get commit dash m. Mess with colors. Get push. Because I really just want to see if we deploy this, if this stays. Scroll up, I think. Manual deploy, deploy latest commit. Okay. We'll see if this works. Which again requires us to sit here. And then I still have to look at why OBS crashes every time I try to put chat on screen. But someone said it might have been like hardware acceleration related, so I'm going to look into that. Oh man, I'm so tired. That storm kept me up like until 2 last night. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but then when you get up at 6, it turns out there's not a lot of time to sleep in between those two. Close that. We can close the render. Now, is this up while I'm doing this? If I say here mash refresh, can we catch when it goes down? Okay. See? Still no logs. Fly definitely feels faster though. I would actually be curious if you were to time fly in Kamal if fly beats it. Because it feels like it's really fast. Then that said, like all of these are slow enough to where it does make you want to just go open up a Minecraft server while you do it. Go entertain yourself. Maybe that's what we should do. We should start like a Minecraft server that we only play while things are deploying or updating. Like anytime there's a progress bar, I'm allowed to play the Minecraft server. Otherwise, I'm not. We can see how far we can get doing that. Okay, so that got rid of our stuff. So yeah, that volume did not work. 95% of the stream will be Minecraft. Exactly, it's the perfect plan. Okay, let's see. I wonder if we can't even put... Okay, let me think about this. Is this blowing away the entire web service container? Maybe having the volume doesn't do anything for us because it just restarts the whole thing. Okay, let's see. Render.com persist. Is this a web service? Attach a persistent disk to a paid render web service. This enables you to preserve local file system changes across deploys and restarts. Yeah, so you'd have to attach like a separate disk to even have that type of persistence here. Disks are not supported. Upgrade persistent disks. Okay, fine. Upgrade to enable more features. Okay. I think I'm just going to hand wave this away and say people need to pay for it if they want to have the persistence. So I don't feel like paying $7 just to do this. Because I'm assuming it's not $7 if you use it all. I'm assuming it's just $7 period. Let me come in here and let me delete this. There we go. Yeah, my unofficial recommendation would probably be like Fly.io, then Railway, then Render. But I would probably just at this point I'm paying $7 to Hindu to make the deployment for me. Yeah, at this point I would just say get like a bare metal machine and then just deploy with Kamal. Because like if you're going through all this anyways, you might as well just have your own thing, and it's probably cheaper and scales better that way. You just got to make sure your system can actually run the Kamal commands. Because that's the one that gets you, is the fact that the Kamal commands just don't work out of the box. And all of that's not even touching on the fact that like these were pretty basic apps. This Tailwind one would probably blow up all of those hosting things out of the box, at least. You have to go through and like reconfigure it. But the thing I personally, I kind of have to agree with DHH on is the benefit to me with Kamal is with all of these different services, I'd have to go and like reconfigure it for all of the other ones. We've already seen with something like that just works based on an IP and it just sets everything up for you. Pretty much the only thing you need is a Linux box. Which means let's say you get kicked off DigitalOcean, you just go over to AWS, you set up another server, you point that IP in your Kamal deploy, and then you're done. There's none of that like lock-in stuff, which can be kind of a pain. And also having to go through like individual docs, learning how to do all this stuff every time is such a pain. By the way, I tried deploying again Next.js with Kamal for 1 hour this morning, and it doesn't work. To an EC2 instance. Okay. Interesting. Was it throwing like a segmentation fault, or was it just like it just wasn't working for various reasons? Like it couldn't connect? Because my only point of reference was that one video I posted, I think, in Discord. I have no idea. My brain removed the trauma. maybe we gotta do like a Next.js Kamal deploy. See, maybe that's the play. Let me see. Learn Next.js and then see if I can deploy it to like. I'll just do a DigitalOcean droplet and see if that'll work. Set up something and see if we can get it. Okay, maybe we do that. Maybe we do that tomorrow. We see if we can conquer the hill that is allegedly using this with other technologies. Although it's a little weird to install a gem to go deploy Next.js. That feels weird to me, but I don't know. I guess it's simple enough. It's just always a pain to set up Ruby anywhere. So telling people to go like install Ruby real quick so you can go do a Kamal deploy, like you're running the Ruby installer setup process for like 20 minutes and then you're deploying with Kamal for 15 and then 35 minutes later you have an application. Like that seems a bit excessive. Okay. Actually, wait. I don't even need like a fancy app, right? All I really need is a basic Next.js repo, and I can just Kamal in it and then probably just do whatever I have over there. Oh, but I'd have to do like the persistence. Yeah, so that's where I'll have to actually look at it. We'll try it. We'll try it tomorrow. We'll see. I think we can do it. Worst case scenario, we just get 6 more hours of my pain and suffering, which that seems to be popular. And then for the Linktree demo, we added all the analytics, right? The only thing I still have to do here is we come in here. The fact that the analytics sometimes don't load right away on the first hit somehow is weird to me. And I don't like that. Come over here to home. Let me see if I can get this to replicate. Analytics. Yeah, like that first hit, it doesn't load. Nav bar. Oops. Is this not? No, this is different. Let's come into the Linktree real quick. Okay. Nav bar. And then analytics. And then can we just like turbo false this? Is that what the problem is? Is it turbo colon false or is it turbo? I don't remember. Over here, and I have to Control Shift R settings. Okay, so that, yeah. Control Shift R. Oh wait, that's settings, not. Okay, come over to home, refresh. I think that works. Let me clear cache and reload real quick. Okay, I think we're good now. I think it just doesn't like being set up like that. Okay. I still view K8 as an easier option. It's funny, I'm in like a Discord with former work colleagues, and the amount of venting that happens about like Kubernetes is always so funny. It's funny how everyone has like their own worst enemy. And sometimes it's like, well, your worst enemy is someone else's best friend. They're like, I don't know why you don't like this. But they don't see when you're sitting there like for 8 hours stuck trying to deploy with Kamal. So they just see like the super happy fun time they went through, and then you're just like pain, suffering, and misery in the corner. Alrighty. I do think I'm going to call it here though, because we're at like the 5-hour mark. And then that'll let me, once again, do some more work off stream. And I'm going to see if Twitch actually approves the emotes. If they do, then we're good. Because I'd like to get more working over here. With YouTube, it's easier because they just trust me at this point. They're like, you've done 500 things, you know, you're probably not going to do anything questionable. Twitch is like, oh, a new guy. I don't trust this. We need to manually review everything. I get it, but yeah. Anyways, I appreciate everyone hanging out again. Hopefully we can, we'll try to do like a Kamal deploy for different projects tomorrow and see how that goes. Yep. See you later, everyone. Bye.